I want you to see yourself walk down this path. And as you're walking down this path, you're going to come to a area where there's an opening. And this opening is going to have this beautiful waterfall. This waterfall is sacred healing water, the purest on earth. This water is magical and cleansing. See yourself extending your hands and feel the water between your fingertips. See this beautiful waterfall in front of you, flowing, the beautiful colors that it shines. The lush green all around you. I want you to imagine that you're walking into this water. Now, if you like, you can take a dunk, you could take a dip, you could float, you could backpedal and swim, whatever it is that you choose to do while you're in this beautiful area, this beautiful, sacred, healing space. And while you're there in the water, I want you to notice your feet touching the ground. Maybe parts of it is shallow, maybe parts of it is deeper. Imagine yourself seeing these shiny, sparkling pieces underneath your feet. Now tell me, Bika, can you see this in front of you?
Yeah.
Beautiful. Now I want you to describe everything you see around you. What do you see?
I see crystalline water, but it's more like opalescent. The greenery around, it's very lush, but it's a mix of trees that shouldn't be together, like palms and firs and older trees, younger trees, lots of roses, lots of tiger lilies, a lot of fauna that shouldn't, or flora that shouldn't be, exist together.
Beautiful.
I'm standing on pebbles in the water. The water's maybe at my waist, but the pebbles I'm standing on are all gemstones, a mix of opals and quartz. All the angel auras. I see some movement in the trees.
Did you say, what else did you say? There was angels there? What was that part? I'm sorry.
The angel auras on like crystal.
Okay. And you see moving around?
I see some movement in the tree line.
What is it?
I think it's a tiger.
Is it?
It's not orange and black, but it's like rainbow.
It's a rainbow tiger?
I think so, yeah. I've seen her before.
Familiar to you?
Yeah.
Oh, beautiful. Let's see if she's just there watching you or if she ends up coming out to say hello.
I hope she says hi.
And while she's deciding, let's have you, I want you to do something for me. And you never know, it might be something that you might have for the tiger. So I want you to imagine yourself reaching down at the bottom of the water, even if you have to swim down to deep ends of it, if there is deep ends of it, or if it's just shallow. I want you to reach down to the ground and grab a handful of crystals that you see at the bottom, and tell me, do you see crystals? Do you see treasures? Do you see seashells, coins? Tell me, what do you see? And if you're able to do this, and describe everything that happens.
Yeah, I dive in just a little, like swan dive, since I'm still standing in the water. It's really clear in here. There's not really much debris that's been disturbed moving around, but I can scoop up a big double handful of crystals. They're a lot shinier in the water than what they are outside of the water. When I'm under the water, I can see lots of like underwater plants and lilies.
Beautiful.
Standing back up, they all appear to be opals. Different types, fire opals and the blue opals and moonstone.
Beautiful. Any treasures?
You see old compasses.
Really?
Some old keys.
Any key there or any compass catch your eye? Particular one or anyone?
Cool. There's one over here that's like gilded. It's got a lot of it's got like seahorses on it. Sort of like it's like you could open it up, and on the front of it is like there's like a seal. It's got like a hinge to open up. And the seal on the front of it is like there's seahorses that are back to back. And there's like scales as the backdrop. When I open it up, there's like some seaweed inside of it, like on the inside. It hasn't been used in a long time.
Seaweed? Nice. Okay. Do you like it?
Yeah, it's pretty.
Okay. What about the keys? Any particular keys you see there? How many keys do you see?
Well, it's just a handful.
Do you see any key there that calls to you? Any particular one that's shining extra or you feel drawn to?
Not really.
Or maybe a few of them? I don't know.
There were some that were by the compass, but they're not. I'm interested in them just because it's a key without a door somewhere that I can't see it. But
well, I want you to do me a favor, and I want you to pick up a couple keys and see which one you feel drawn to, and maybe we'll find out where they belong to or something. Who knows?
okay.
So which one do you decide to take? Should we keep it simple to one key, or should we have two keys or three keys?
There's a few that were by the compass.
All right, let's go. You want to go check those ones?
Yeah, over here. I'm still wading through the water. They're kind of in the bank, like they're in the.
How does that feel?
So I have to dig them out a little bit, but that's always fun. digging in mud is fun.
Mhm. How does this feel for you?
Like an adventure.
Beautiful. Let me know when you got the keys and then go ahead and describe them if you can.
Yeah. I gotta get all the mud off of them. There's one that seems that it's got stars on it. It doesn't, it's kind of like the skeleton key, but the shapes of the handle part they're not rounded. They're like sharper, like straighter lines. They're like straight edge lines, but they make a hexagon.
Oh.
And then that one I'm probably most interested in. There's
Okay.
one that's got like barnacles on it, but I don't know if that's just because of how long it's been there or if that's supposed to have barnacles like on purpose.
You like that one? You drawn to it?
It's pretty cool. And then there's one that's just plain. It looks like the one I found in the house I lived in high school. I really like that hexagon one, but it seems intimidating.
What did you say about the one that you found? Sorry, you cut out.
The third one looks like one that I found in high school, the house that I lived in high school. It's the
Really? It looks
skeleton key.
familiar. Okay,
Yeah,
interesting.
it's just a standard skeleton key.
Okay.
I really like the hexagon one, but it seems really intimidating.
All right, so this is what I want you to do. We're gonna keep your 3 keys.
Mm-hmm.
Or wait, were there 3 keys or 2 keys?
There were 3. There's the
Okay.
hexagon one, the one with the barnacles, and then
Okay. Barnacles. Okay.
the
So I
standard
want
one.
we're gonna have some fun. I want you to keep your keys and I want you to keep your compass. And now I want you to imagine that you're holding a satchel. It's your own magical satchel, and it can be a necklace around your neck. It can be in your pocket. It could be wherever you imagine you have in your satchel. So tell me, can you see a satchel?
Yes.
What color is it? What does it look like?
It's a iridescent fanny pack.
I knew it was going to be something different. Beautiful. Beautiful. Love that. Okay. I almost bought one today. It's funny. So I want you to imagine putting your little treasures in your fanny sack, and they will always be with you. And, and your crystals. Did you find some crystals that you wanted to keep?
Yeah, I'll take the handful I grabbed. I'll pick out my favorite opal and moonstone.
Yeah, find
Okay.
your favorite ones. Let me know which ones they have you have, and then put them all in your fanny pack.
Okay, I grabbed a hunk of opal. It's raw. It hasn't been polished. You have to look closely to find the flashing.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's a moonstone shaped like a crescent moon.
Ooh.
And it's heavy.
Wow, nice. You got just 2?
Yeah, they're pretty big. I don't want to take too much.
Okay, cool. All right, beautiful, beautiful. So if you still have them with you at the end of your session, when you do your session tomorrow night, you'll have them with you still.
Okay.
Okay, they'll always be with you. And when you meditate, you can tap into them as well. And remember that you have these special items with you, okay?
Okay.
Beautiful. So now what I want you to do is I want you to imagine with your mind's eye that there is another path And you're going to continue walking down this path. So see yourself coming out of the water. So come on out of the water. And as you walk down and follow this path, flowers are going to bloom all around you as you walk down this path. And this path is going to lead you down into a big open field of wildflowers. And as you walk, the sun dries off your skin, warms you right up like a warm blanket, and dries you up so you're no longer wet, and now you're nice and dry, feeling beautiful and cleansed from this beautiful water, this fountain of youth. And so when you get into this field, I want you to imagine these big, beautiful flowers. There can be sunflowers of every color. There can be any kind of flowers you imagine. I want you to imagine that your body is swaying with the wind, with these flowers. See yourself swaying and dancing with the wind, side to side, side to side, side to side. Tell me, can you see these flowers in front of you?
Yeah. And the tiger followed me.
The tiger followed you
Yeah.
down the path?
Yeah. She's here.
Oh, that's so special, beautiful. Tell me
Can
about
hear. She's purring,
oh,
just flicking her tail. She looks like a Bengal tiger, so she's big. She like comes up past my hips. Her head's like at my chest, but she's like rainbow,
mm,
but like an iridescent oil slick type rainbow. She's like very gentle. She
beautiful.
keeps nuzzling me.
Well, I send her love. Let her know I send her love. Does she receive it?
She does.
How does that make her feel?
Somehow she's glowing.
She's what?
She's glowing and purring louder.
Oh, beautiful. Now, see if you're able to connect with her and are you able to pick up any messages just yet?
I'm sorry, what was the question? I think you cut out.
Oh, sorry. Is
Okay.
she able to connect with you and tell you her name? Or have you been able to make a connection with her just yet?
No, so far she's staying close, but she seems to be just sort of, she's close, but she's like vigilant.
Okay, beautiful. We'll just let her hang out next to you, and we'll just continue and see what she does. So what I would like for you to do, if you want, I want you to imagine that you're dancing with these flowers in the field and just feeling carefree. And tell me if you can see yourself doing this.
Yeah, I can.
Now, while you're doing that, I want you to imagine and see if you can tap in and listen. Can you hear the flowers singing? Can you hear their music?
Think so?
And if you can, connect to their music and dance to their music. And let me know if it gets louder and louder for you. And the more you dance, and connect with the flowers. It'll be more and more clear for you to hear.
It's strange. I know that it's music, but it's like music that I'm not familiar with.
Mm-hmm.
And like the movements aren't movements that I'm familiar with
Mm-hmm.
as a human, but it makes sense here.
Beautiful. And what is the tiger doing?
She's sitting now in the grass, basking in a sunbeam.
Beautiful.
She sat up like a cat loaf.
So now I want you to do something with me. Imagine, put your hands together, palm to palm, up to your heart, connecting all your hearts together. And I will do the same. We're going to take a moment and we're going to send love to this area, to these beautiful flowers and everything, all the trees and plant life and animal life in this beautiful tiger. Let's just take a moment and send love all around. Imagine this energy flowing from you, from your hearts. And as you imagine this energy flowing, I want you to put your hands out, open your palms now and place them in front of you, sending love out from your hands all around you. And tell me if you can see this.
Again, it's like fuchsia waves.
Mm. Beautiful. How does that feel?
It feels lovely.
Do the flowers feel it too?
It looks like it. I can see them sort of vibrating every time a pulse, like reacting to a pulse that comes out
Mm-hmm.
from me. And the pulse is like like the center of it is like a bright fuchsia, but as it like a gradient off of it to like
And
a
what
light
about
purple.
beautiful. And what about your tiger? Does the tiger feel this as well?
Yeah, she's vibing. She's just hanging out.
Beautiful. Now, I want you to imagine, if you can, if you want to, imagine that there is something magical here also waiting to connect with you. It could be either your griffin, it could be your fairies, it could be anything that is elemental or magical that is waiting to connect with you as well. Let's see if you have a team that is presenting themselves. Do you sense any other presence, or just you and the tiger?
My griffin's here. He's on the other side of the flowers. Can like hear
Nowhere.
him. I can hear him moving through.
Tell me, what is your tiger's reaction to this?
She's definitely paying attention, but she doesn't look threatened. She's more
Okay.
curious.
Mm-hmm. And what does the griffin do? Let me know what's happening. Tell me every little detail.
He's striding, he's just very confident. He's just he's like a prince. He has like the air of prince, like a prince around him, where the arrogance that you like find charming, but it's just more of he's just cheeky and not rude about it. A little scamp. Like he's just all of his jewelry is just jangling.
Does he
He
have a
has,
crown?
no, I don't see a crown. It's like he has these attachments, but he doesn't like being identified by them.
What kind of attachments?
Like royalty attachments. Like he wants to separate himself from those and not be perceived as someone elevated or higher than somebody else.
Well, he's very humble.
Yes.
Well, I send him love, and I also love, honor, and respect him. And if you can let him know, and let me know if he receives my love.
He's smiling.
I am so excited for you. Oh my gosh. So tell me, have your Griffin come and meet you. Are you able to give your Griffin a hug? Maybe the tiger will want to eventually step in as well. Let me know what happens. Tell me, how does this work out?
He's letting me throw my arms around his neck. And the tiger has come up and is like nuzzling with him too. Like they're old friends. And he wraps me up in his wings. He smells a little bit like a cat that you've sprayed cologne on.
The Griffin smells like a cat?
Yeah. Smells like a cat
Wow.
sprayed cologne on. Like
I wonder if the Griffin did that to attract the tiger.
that sounds. They don't seem to be like
I
there's
wonder
no
if that's
aggression.
right. No, I'm wondering like if it's like a compliment, like, hey, I'm a tiger, I have tiger scent, I have cat scent too.
Oh.
You know how when hunters go out in the woods and just so they could blend in, they try to smell like wild animals.
Mm.
Not really hunters. I shouldn't use hunters as an example, but people who want to connect with animals and live in nature, that type of stuff. So I wonder if that had anything to do with it. Is your Griffin able to communicate with you, and does your Griffin have anything to say to you?
He says it's good to see you. That he hasn't seen me in a long time. And that he's missed me.
Now is your opportunity to talk to your Griffin and tell your Griffin everything you would like to say. So go ahead and have your chit chat. This is your opportunity.
I guess it has been a long time. I don't know what it is that's so special about you, but I just have this, there are tears welling in my eyes, like looking at you. You look strong. I wish I could remember more of you.
What does he say?
He's saying that it's okay, that I'll remember in time. The important thing is that he remembers and that we're together. There's just so much kindness coming off of him.
Yeah, beautiful. Can you ask him how can you connect with him through meditation? Is there anything special you can do to connect with him?
He says tattoo.
Really? Nice.
As if he didn't know, I already have like real estate planned out for where his tattoo is going.
No way. How beautiful is that? What does he have to say? Anything else he'd like to say to you? Like maybe where does he hang out when he's, or does he want to give you a little bit about him? Like to share? It's not every day we get to speak to a full Griffin, so you thank him. I thank him for connecting, and I would like to know if he has a name that he goes by as well.
He just laughed and I asked him what his name was. That's it. He's just laughing. But it's
If you could give him a nickname, what nickname would you give him?
Terrence.
Tell him you're going to call him Terence if he doesn't tell you what his name is. Ask him, is he okay with that? Would he like to be a Terence?
He's laughing and saying, sure.
Does he have a name that he'd like to say, or does he want to keep that private?
It seems like he wants to keep it private.
Okay.
It seems like he wants me to remember it.
Okay, if he wants to, he can whisper it in your ear. So that way just you and him know it.
Nope, he's pretty adamant about me remembering it.
Yeah, okay, well, you just love on him as much as you can. Does the tiger have something to say to you guys as well, you and the Griffin, while you're all there together?
No, nothing yet.
Okay, that's okay. That's beautiful. It's fine. He's just watching. What a beautiful treat. So does the Griffin want to take you on a little quick flight while you're there? Take you on a ride on his back for a beautiful little moment, for a little, some fun?
He seems hesitant. I think
Ask him
he'll
if he wants to give you a little ride.
He said hop on. Yeah.
Describe everything that happens.
Oh, he's not happy with me gripping his feathers, but I don't have anywhere else to grab, dude. I'm sorry.
Ask him, where does he want you to grab?
Oh, I'm like hugging his neck. Oh man, he took off really fast. He just like jumped and suddenly we're like 100 feet in the air. Wow.
Can you see everything underneath you, the tiger down below?
Yep, it's all pulling away very quickly.
What was the expression on the tiger's face?
Just a little annoyed, but
He didn't get to ride.
I think it's okay. She's a little annoyed, but
you'll be back.
Yeah.
Well, maybe they'll give you a ride when you're done. You never know.
There's lots of like.
Are you having fun there?
Yeah, there's lots of like pink and purple clouds and it's like flying me up. There's like a nebula up here.
Ooh.
I shouldn't be able to breathe, but I am riding a griffin.
You are riding a griffin. Can you see stars all around you?
Yeah. I think we might be like in like a star factory or something.
Can you see stars and planets?
Just stars. It's like that one furnace where like star matter is created, and it's just all light. And like pink mist. I think we're heading back down.
Okay.
But we're gonna cruise over a lake first. See mermaids down there.
Really?
We're back at the flowers with the tiger.
Beautiful. Tell him thank you.
Oh, I'm gonna give him a scritch behind the ear.
There you go. Yeah, give him some good.
He's very happy.
Give him a good rub down. So, you know, they love that, don't they? Affection.
Yeah. Oh yeah. He's giving little brother energy, and I love it.
Oh. You want to ask him if he's one of your spirit guides?
He has not confirmed nor denied.
Is he giving
All
you?
he
Is
did
he
was smile.
cheeky? Okay.
He is cheeky.
Do me a favor and ask him, by chance, does he have a hybrid unicorn girlfriend?
He just kind of gave me a look.
What kind of look?
Just like a questioning, like, what are you talking about? But
Okay.
he's like calculating.
Tell him I know a really cute hybrid unicorn griffin, and she's in love with the griffin, and I was just wondering by chance if it was him. So I don't know.
Oh, you piqued his interest.
Have
But I don't think he knows.
Tell him she's a cutie, but I think she might be taken. Beautiful. What about the tiger? Does the griffin have any messages or anything to say about your tiger? Maybe since the tiger's not speaking, the griffin might want to relay a message from the tiger, maybe.
He says to trust the tiger.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Does he have any messages for me by chance?
He says thank you.
You're welcome. You are welcome. This is such an honor to be able to have a beautiful connection with a griffin. Woohoo! Ask him how long has it been since he spoke with a human?
He doesn't know.
Eons?
It must be.
So he's excited about this?
Yeah, he's really excited to see me.
Beautiful. Anything else you'd like to say to your griffin? This is your opportunity. Maybe how about, I know that you and your friend both, you said you both thought him up. Ask him if he's connected to your friend as well. Or just you.
Do you see Shermie at all? He says occasionally, but it's her gift to create. So she's more preoccupied with the creation of her, what's the word? With the dreaming up of her creatures, then checking in with other ones that the previous ones she'd drawn. But he holds no ill feelings.
Beautiful. Well, she did a beautiful thing. So yeah, it's all gratitude.
Yeah, he says she made him for me.
It's a gift
That
for you.
she was the scribe as I relayed to her what I envisioned and what I had seen.
Beautiful. Do you want to ask him if you created him from a baby or if he was just connecting to you and you just finally got that connection?
He says I created him.
So would you be his mama?
It would make sense that I would be, but I don't feel like it.
Does he say you're his mama?
He doesn't. He feels bonded to me, but
Okay.
not in like a motherly way.
So should you connect daily and think of him and make connections with him throughout your day? Would that help your connection?
Yeah, he says yes.
Beautiful. And maybe try to find a way to have like a something with, besides the tattoo, maybe like a little Griffin figurine or something that you can see, maybe even put it on an altar and do things like that. Does he suggest that help?
He's nodding his head vigorously, so yes.
Yeah. Okay, beautiful. Yay. I got you, Griffin. We got you, Terrence. I'm gonna call him Big T. How beautiful. Okay. Yeah, whatever I can do to try to help you have this better connection with him, because I know that, like with dragons, when we create these beautiful creatures, we have to check in with them. Otherwise they just start, getting all wild all over the universe, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Getting into some trouble, maybe. Beautiful. Ask him, does he need any of the keys that you have, perhaps, for anything? Do they go to anything, or does he need any of them?
He says they're all for me, but he can hold on to them if I need to give them to him.
Does he suggest you do that?
He said he wants to take the hexagon one.
Okay, go ahead. You want to hand them to him?
Yeah.
What does
I
he
put it
say?
He says he'll keep it safe until I'm ready for it.
Beautiful. Where did he put it?
I put it around his neck.
Oh, how cute is that? Is there anything he would like to give you? I know probably he doesn't want to pluck a feather, but I know like plucking the hair could be like plucking a feather. I don't know. Does he want to give you something to put in your satchel? Perhaps something of his, maybe a piece of his jewelry. I don't know. Anything that he'd like to give you to put in your satchel so that way you can connect with it whenever you go on your journeys, perhaps. meditations or whatever.
Yeah, he says the feather is a good idea.
Yeah.
So he's just plucked one. He says he has plenty.
Yeah. What does it look like?
Oh, it's beautiful. It's like a deep purple with tinges of pink in it, of like a fuchsia pink and like gold dust on it.
Ooh, beautiful.
And the spine itself it's like that same oil slick color that the tiger is.
Beautiful. Well, we are going to continue on down the path. Would they like to join you?
I know the tiger's gonna come.
What about your Griffin? Would he like to join you to your down to the fire ceremony?
Yeah, he'll walk with.
Beautiful. So now imagine all three of you, like, you know, Dorothy walking down the yellow brick road, you and your beautiful team, your companions walking down this path. And as you walk down this path, the sun starts to go down and the moon comes out and everything around you just glows and glistens and is just so sparkly and magical. And as you walk down this path, you're going to come to a beautiful fire. This kind of like a campfire, just wait. This beautiful fire of light, and it's beautiful, it's welcoming, and it's magical. Tell me, can you see this fire in front of you?
Yes.
And describe to me what you see.
It's in a stone pit and with more opals from the pool we were at earlier are lining it. And it's a big fire, but it's not like a big scary fire.
What
And
color flames do you see?
they're purple. And everything around it is like tinted blue. And the moon is bright and gorgeous, like a spotlight.
Beautiful. Can you see the twinkling of the stars?
I can see like meteor showers and a couple planets that seem a little closer than what they are on Earth.
Wow. And tell me, what does your Griffin and your tiger do during this time? How's their reaction to this?
They're very familiar with this place. They're letting me take it in.
Beautiful.
Standing with me in reverence. Can see our breath.
Beautiful. Little chilly out?
It's a little bit. You go sit by the fire.
Beautiful. Now I want you to try something. Now remember, this fire is welcoming, it's magical, it cannot hurt you, it cannot burn you. It only just makes you feel that beautiful connection to source and that love that's infinite. So I want you to imagine with your right hand reaching out and into the fire, reach your hand into the fire and pull out a flame. And you're going to see this flame sitting in the palm of your hand. And I want you to see this flame and watch as it moves and dances in your hand, and tell me if you can see this.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Describe everything you see.
Like sometimes I can see it has like little feet and is dancing around, but they're gone so quick that I think it's just a trick, or my eyes making it up. But it looks happy. It looks warm. The purple like flickers between that and like a dark blue and a little green.
Beautiful. Now I want you to imagine that you are sending love to this flame, and I will send love to it as well, because this is source connection. This is our beautiful divine source love light. Send love to this flame and tell me what happens.
Oh, it stopped dancing as soon as I said hello. It turned around. Like it like rotated like in my hand, like it was like personified and turning around. And now it's, I don't know how, but it is smiling. And it's making me feel so warm. Like I'm sitting with an old friend.
How beautiful. How does this make you feel?
Accepted. Welcome.
And what is the look on your dragon? And not your dragon, sorry, your griffin and your tiger. What are their expressions?
They're so happy. Everything feels like they've been like brought home, brought to a place that is mine and ours and everyone's, free from questioning. Feels like a place I belong.
Beautiful. Now, I want you to try something, and I want you to bring your left hand and bring it together with your right hand. And I want you to send love to this flame and see this flame grow, and tell me how big does it get, and describe everything that happens.
Growing in size, not too rapidly. But it's affecting and bending and warping the space around it. But it's not detrimental to it. It's as if the space around it is shifting to make room for the size of the flame. Because while the flame is growing, it doesn't seem like it's dwarfing us. It feels like we're also growing with it.
Oh. And send love to this flame and see, what does it do? Do you still see a body? Is it dancing, or what's going on?
It's like it's still just a flame. Every once in a while I'll see like a kind face through it. But it's continuing to be a flame.
Beautiful. And so, once more, with love and gratitude, I want you to open your arms and extend your arms all the way out to your sides and see this flame getting so big that it surrounds your whole body, and see yourself just in the center of this flame and feel the love and the connection. And tell me if you can see this and how does it feel?
Oh, it feels otherworldly. Refreshing. Like finding a pool in the middle of the desert. But also finding a warm, thick, heavy blanket in the middle of winter.
Mhm. Beautiful. And tell me, what does your griffin and your tiger do when they see you do this?
They're both sitting now, their legs tucked underneath them. Seems like the tiger is like dozing off next to the griffin, like leaned against him.
He's falling asleep.
Yeah, everyone's so cozy.
Mm-hmm. Do they see you in flames?
Terrence does.
What does he do?
He looks proud.
Nice. Now I want you to imagine in front of you that you see a mirror. This mirror is a spiritual mirror. And I just want you to see your reflection and tell me, what do you see?
See light.
Can you see yourself in the center?
There she is. Yeah.
Tell me, what do you look like?
Outlined in gold. I have my locks are back.
Are they really?
I have flowers braided in my hair.
Mm-hmm.
I've got like, can't tell if it's jewelry or actual gems, like in my skin.
Where at do you see these gems?
Some of them are like on my collarbone,
Mm-hmm.
like by my shoulder. Some are around my eye, like up around the side, like around like the corner of my eye, and like a cluster. I have lots of tattoos of symbols that I don't recognize, but they're geometric in shape.
Take a really good look at them. That way you can remember what they are.
Mostly hexagons.
Okay. Beautiful. How does this make you feel?
A little shy. Like she's so pretty.
Oh, little bashful.
A little bit, yeah. Like I can't believe that's me.
Sometimes it's hard for us to really look in the mirror and see who we really are.
That's been my biggest challenge. The mother version of myself recently told me to see myself and be validated. And she turned a mirror on me. And I melted.
Mm. Well, now you can imagine yourself when you look in the mirror, you can see yourself on fire, and you can see how beautiful you are and how special you are. And you can see how you have these amazing companions next to you by your side, always. Right?
Yeah,
It's time we start owning it. It is time.
it
Look
is.
what you could do. I mean, you are on fire. You are this beautiful being that has this amazing connection to griffins and rainbow Bengal tigers. Like that is out of this world.
Pretty
Remember who you
cool.
are. So now what I want you to do is I want you to imagine yourself taking a deep breath in. And as you do, imagine that this fire is all going inside you. Now I want you just to bring it in and let that second heart of yours, your energetic heart, ignite. And watch yourself in the mirror as this happens and describe what you see.
Eyes are glowing. They're like starting to glow. And the crystals and gems that are on me are starting to glow.
Mm-hmm. Everything's starting to glow.
Everything's glowing.
How does this
Yeah,
feel?
feels powerful.
Yes. And your dragon, I want to call him a dragon. Your griffin and your tiger, what do they do?
The tiger looks like she's expected it, but Terrence is definitely shocked. Like his his mouth is just like hanging open.
Have we shocked a griffin?
He
He
must be
didn't know
such a
what else
little
to
baby.
say. What?
He's just a little baby. He's seeing everything for the first time.
Oh, how sweet. Why don't you ask him if when you go on your cosmic crusader journeys, if he's going to accompany you?
Yeah, he said he'll come.
Beautiful. Yay. Okay. And maybe, Tiger can come too if she wants. It's up to her. I know she's not talking much, but if she wants to. Beautiful. So I want you to go ahead and feel this beautiful moment and this experience. And I just want you to take a moment while you're there and just see yourself meditating and connecting to them once more, so you can connect to them anytime you choose to meditate, and just close your eyes and see. I want you to envision this anytime. Okay, so just take a moment and take it all in and enjoy it before we say, before we continue our journey. So let me know when you're complete there.
Okay.
So now I want you to imagine there as well that there is going to be a golden pyramid. It's going to appear, and it's going to be glowing, and it's going to be welcoming to the touch. And I want, this is going to be your vehicle for you to travel. So you can enter this pyramid, and if your griffin and your tiger want to come along with you, they can. But either way, I want you to imagine yourself surrounded by this beautiful pyramid, and this pyramid is going to turn into a Merkaba when you step inside. And let me know if you can see this happening.
The tiger will come with me, but Terrence says he doesn't do vehicles. Says he is the vehicle.
Does he want to be your guide, or is he going to wait till tomorrow to travel?
He said he can wait till tomorrow.
Okay. Do you want to go ahead and give him some love and some hugs and kisses, and give him some, give him some instructions to do while you're gone? Give him some things to do to keep him busy until tomorrow. Give him a little, not like mama, but just a little something for him to keep himself preoccupied. What would you tell him?
I would tell him to check in on Raj and see how he's doing. I'm going to give him a belly rub. Oh, he's embarrassed now.
What did he say?
Oh. He says he knows exactly where Raj is, so he's going to go check him out and tell him I say hi.
Beautiful. Yes, let him know that we're going to try to connect with him later so he can give him a heads up.
He says, okay.
Beautiful. Well, you want to go ahead and say farewell for now, and I send him off with love and tell him I said thank you.
He says, thank you for bringing me here.
You're very welcome. Now, don't get into trouble out there in the universe. Beautiful. So you can go ahead and see yourself entering in your pyramid and have your tiger with you. And let me know when you see that.
Yeah, I'm in like a spaceship. It's like all glass.
Beautiful. Now remember, this is going to be around you from the beginning to the end of your session, and it is going to it consists of source love light, and so it's going to protect you against anything. And so I want you to know that it will protect you mentally, physically, emotionally, and spiritually. You know it and feel it within your heart. You are safe and protected. So with strength, repeat after me 3 times. I invoke the I am love light in me.
I invoke the
I am love light in me.
I am love light in me.
I invoke the I am love light in me.
I invoke the I am love light in me.
One more time. I invoke the I am love light in me.
I invoke the I am love light in me.
Beautiful. Now remember all that is possible within the frequency of wonder. And so now I want you to, if you will, imagine that this pyramid, this Merkaba, is getting ready to take off because it can lift, float, and fly. So it is light and it can move very easily. So I want you to imagine that this is lifting up, 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 and it's going to take you to your beautiful safe space. This space is going to be where you go when you recharge, another safe place. And so this is going to be your own personal, magical, safe resting place. It could be anywhere. It could be on a mountain, in a forest, in a hill. It could be in a crystal cavern. It could be anywhere your heart desires. It could be underwater. It's your beautiful, safe place where you see yourself going. So I want you to go to this place and tell me, do you see this place around you?
Yes. I've been
And
here
describe,
before.
yes, beautiful. Describe everything that you see.
Oh, I'm back on the sandbar.
Mm-hmm.
I got here a few weeks ago and it was the greatest accomplishment.
Mm.
Oh, there's infinite versions of me running around. There's like little kid versions of me playing and splashing in the water. The water is so warm. It comes up to about knee high. There's statues of me, different sizes. The last time I was here, I was in a statue the size of the Abe Lincoln Memorial. But now I'm flying over it and seeing all of it. There's giant deity versions of me, and there's nymph versions of me. If I look, I'm still standing in the sandbar, but if I look away from the sandbar
Mm-hmm.
towards the land, I see like lots of trees. I could see some smoke, like campfires or like chimney smoke.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's like pine trees on the shore. It's beautiful and warm.
You said there was pine trees. What else did you say?
There are pine trees on the shore, and there's little smokestacks. Like I can see like campfire smokes like coming up from the trees. Right now I'm sitting on a rock that's out in the water. The ship is hovering nearby. My feet are like gripped to a rock that's got barnacles and moss and seaweed draped across it. I can see little, like a 6-year-old me and a 12-year-old me just chasing each other around the rock.
And how does this make you feel seeing all of this?
I feel seen.
And what does the tiger do?
She's still in the ship.
She
But
didn't come
she's
down
also,
with you?
no,
Or she's going to stay in the ship?
yeah, but she's nearby because the ship's just right next to me. I
Okay.
just stepped out onto the rock.
Beautiful. Tell me, do you look down at your feet? Do you feel human or do you feel like a mermaid?
Oh, I feel human.
And your skin, do you look like you or do you have a different color skin?
They look like me.
Beautiful. Now tell me, how do you feel in this place?
Comfortable,
Mm-hmm.
at peace, at ease. My
I
mind
want,
isn't racing.
yes, yes. No, your other versions of you are racing.
Yes, but they're
I
having
want,
fun.
while you're sitting there, why don't you go ahead and send love to all the versions of you that you see? And if you want, you can even call out and say, you know, whatever it is that you see, you know, I see you, the version of me, you know, running around, I love you or honor you or whatever it is that you see yourself saying. You know, now's your chance to perhaps, you know, help all the versions of you possibly heal. And since you're already doing that, why don't you just try sending some love and tell them you love them, because we all need love and it doesn't hurt to send love, right?
Right.
And describe everything that happens and how does it feel?
I started shouting and everyone turned and looked, but I actually didn't like cringe and everyone's looking at me. I'm not afraid to be perceived here.
Why don't you yell out and say, I love you, I see you, I love you all.
They're all cheering and waving and they're all screaming, I love you back.
You want to sing to them since you're a musician, or I don't know if you sing or not, but do you want to sing I love you to them or do something special?
I'm feeling shy. They're all singing with me. We're all harmonizing and
How does that feel there?
oh, it feels so good.
Beautiful. Beautiful. All right. So I want you to look around in this place and see if there's anything that catches your eye that you can take along with you on your journey. Is there perhaps a little seashell or something around that you see you'd like to take as a trinket to remember this place?
Yeah, there's a small version of me bringing me a conch. It's got
You,
like that pearlescent color to it.
and what do you do? Do you say thank you? Do you give her a kiss?
Do
What
I kiss her on the forehead?
Mm-hmm.
I say thank you. I tell her that I love her and I'm delighted to meet her.
Does she have a message for you?
She's telling me to be careful and that she loves me. And she's glad that I'm here. And that I should visit more often.
Is there a special way that you can connect to this place, or if you just imagine during meditation? If to tell you anything?
She says the best way to get here is through imagination.
Beautiful.
I bet there's also a way here through dreams.
Mm-hmm.
But the way through dreams is complicated and convoluted.
I see. Okay.
He says to not get lost in the tubes.
What tubes?
Found myself in a cluster of tubes a couple weeks ago.
In dream time?
Meditating while psychedelic journeying.
Mm-hmm. What was the tubes?
They were like it's like a cluster of the smooth vented material that like I could cruise in. I didn't have much control in there, but I found myself in there, and you could pop out of the vents, and you could go into different rooms. Sometimes I would find rooms that were just nothing but neon. Sometimes I would find rooms that were just like really bizarre, like front yard plastic scenes or something. And sometimes at one point I was going past this very large structure that was outside of the tubes that I was in, like I was driving past it on the highway. And like the space outside of the tubes is transversible, but I know that I don't have the control or training to go outside of it. I'm very curious about what that structure is. And I'm curious about whether that cluster of tubes is my own, if other people can come through, if there are other ones outside of that. I met another version of myself in there. And she was excited to see me, and before she left, she was like, "You'll probably be fine." And then scooted off to do wherever she was going to go.
Oh, I see. Interesting. Well, we'll have to find out what that was all about.
Yeah, it's definitely something to that I recognize as a place that I need to like practice.
Okay. Beautiful. So we're gonna be leaving this place in a minute. So do you want to go ahead and say goodbye and say, say something to the all of yous there before you get back into your vehicle?
Yeah.
What would you like to say?
I will be back soon. I love every single one of you. And hold down the fort while I'm gone. They're all waving and blowing me kisses.
Now see yourself get back into your vehicle where your tiger is and let me know if you see yourself doing that.
Yeah. Oh, that's nice. It's a little staircase. I don't have to climb a ladder.
Beautiful. So now I want you to get aboard, and now we're going to go to another place. We're going to travel through time and space to another place with you and your beautiful tiger in this beautiful transportation vehicle. And it's going to take you to another time and place where we can find answers for your highest healing, either in the past, parallel, future, wherever your higher self feels that you need to go. But I know that you mentioned you wanted to go to the past. So we're going to see yourself going through time and space, and tell me if you can see yourself doing this, and let me know when you get to a place and you stop and land and describe everything that happens along the way. Do you see colors flying by you? What do you see?
I do. I see like streaks of rainbow flying past. And there's a weird like stretching sound. And we must have stopped because there's a pop. And everything's come to a standstill. It's hot wherever we are.
Look all around you. Is it daytime or nighttime?
Nighttime.
Look at the sky. Describe what you see.
Nothing looks really unfamiliar. There's the moon.
Okay. Can you see any buildings around you, or do you feel like you're in nature? Where do you feel like your landscape looks like?
There's not like buildings, but there are structures. I think they're like huts, small houses, small board houses, thatched roofs, dirt floors. With stray animals wandering.
What kind of animals?
Like dogs and cats. There's some chickens.
Do you see your tiger with you?
She's not with me. I think she's still on the ship.
Okay, beautiful. Gonna keep your ship company. So in this place, does this place feel like home to you, or what do you feel like this place is?
This place feels unfamiliar.
It feels familiar, or it doesn't feel
Unfamiliar.
unfamiliar? Okay, beautiful. And are you able to see anything in front of you, or is it too dark, or is it everything glowing? What's your visual like?
The moon is lighting things up pretty well. There are people in the structures, like in the houses, but it's not so late that people are sleeping, that everyone's sleeping. There's some lights on
Mhm.
some of the houses. There's one in front of me that's a few strides away that has some lights on.
Okay, so
I think-
this is where some of the magic begins. I want you to imagine yourself reaching in your satchel, pulling out your compass, because that compass is a magical compass. And when you open that compass, before you open the compass, I want you to tap it 3 times. And when you open it, it's going to tell you where you are. So tap it 3 times. Tell me if you can see yourself pulling it out, if you can see yourself tapping it, and describe everything along the way.
Yeah, I'm pulling the compass out, opening it up. The hinge is a little tough. 1901.
Tap it again and see what country you're in.
Hindustan.
Where?
Hindustan.
How do you spell that?
Hindustan.
Oh, okay, beautiful. And okay, so I want you, beautiful, you're doing really good. So I want you to look down. You can go ahead and put it away for now, put it back in your satchel, and I want you to look down at your feet and see if you can see your feet.
Yeah,
Do you have shoes on, or are you barefoot?
I am barefoot.
Okay, do you feel like you're male or female?
Male.
Okay, do you feel old or young?
Young.
How young?
Like a teenager.
Okay, beautiful. And how many fingers and toes do you have?
10.
Okay,
10.
beautiful. I want you to also imagine that you have your spiritual mirror always with you. Pull out your spiritual mirror and look into this mirror and tell me, what does your face look like? Can you see your features?
Uh, I'm a I'm a boy. I'm a teenage boy. I have dark black hair. I just seem to be in like a skirt or like a wrap. No shirt.
Long hair or short hair?
Short hair.
Okay. Beautiful. Are you wearing any jewelry or any markings on your body?
I'm only wearing a silver bangle
Which hand?
on my right hand.
Okay. Beautiful. Now let's see what you're doing in this place. Let's go ahead and feel yourself being pulled and called to whatever it is that is guiding you here, and tell me, where do you go, and describe everything.
I'm walking through the village. I want to go peek in the window. You can hear voices coming from inside the other houses. But the house in front of me is mine.
You said the house in front of you is what?
Is mine.
Okay. Do you go inside the house?
I want to look through the window first.
What does the house look like? Can you describe what it looks like?
It's made of boards. And there's no steps to go into the house. There's no door. It's a curtain. Some sort of cloth is hanging in the doorway. And the roof is woven out of palm fronds. There's a hole in the top for the smoke from the fire to come out.
Mm-hmm. Is there anyone home?
My grandmother.
What does she look like?
She's old.
Mm-hmm.
Short. She has long gray hair that's in a braid. Has it braided down to her side.
Mm-hmm.
Her clothes are tattered. Like she's been wearing the sari she has on for several decades, if not her whole adult life.
Mm-hmm.
She's weaving something.
Mm-hmm. Is she alone in the house?
She is. But there's a cat sitting in one of the windowsills.
Does the cat see you?
No. She just saw the cat though and waved it away. Chased it out. I don't think she likes him coming around.
Oh, stray cat?
I think so.
How do you feel about this cat?
I don't really feel much of an attachment, but I just like him because he's a cat.
Okay. Do you want to go inside the house and see your grandmother, or what do you do?
I want to go in, but I'm resistant because I feel like I'm going to get yelled at.
Well,
Like I've been out longer than I should be.
well, let's move this scene along and tell me, what do you do and what happens? Do you go in? Do you get yelled at? Do you sit down and eat? What does she do?
I go into the house. She immediately just starts harping.
What
But
do you
it's
do?
nothing new. I've heard this all before. I think I stay
Let's,
out regularly.
do you want to just say, Grandma, I love you?
I do.
What does she do?
She said something. It's just don't expect to let this get you out of trouble. But she softened. She
You want to
doesn't
give
seem
her a
so
hug?
harsh. Yeah. She feels so tiny.
Now this is your opportunity to say to her what you couldn't say, what you didn't. I know she probably worried. Tell her now.
I'm safe. I'm sorry I keep feeding the cat and it keeps coming around. And I know you don't like it. And I know you feel that it's disrespectful to your home. And you're the only family that I have. And it hurts when you're upset with me. Because what if you decide that, that you could get something better?
What does she say?
She says she loves me. And that I shouldn't fear that what's happened to other people in the village won't happen to me.
Anything else she say to you? Or what do you say back?
Mhm. Tell her that I'm scared. What happens if we're taken? She says that no matter where we go, the gods will always be with us.
What's going on in your village that's got you guys scared?
And people are being kidnapped
By who?
or sold. Slavers.
Where are these slavers from?
Mhm. Their skin is light.
Blonde hair, blue eyes?
Some of them,
White people in general?
yes.
Where do they come from? Anywhere? What lands do they come from? Do you know?
I think the Netherlands.
Uh-huh.
and France.
Why do they need to take people?
There's work on the other side of them. On the other side. It's so far away. No one really knows where they take us. We just know that we just don't see anybody ever again.
Mm. Did you lose people close to you?
My neighbor, his whole family. We grew up together.
You never see them again?
No,
What about your family? Has anyone been taken?
they died resisting.
Who was that died?
My parents.
How was it you were saved?
I was hidden.
Mm-hmm.
They
What is
told
your
me,
name?
Arjun,
What was that?
Arjun,
What was that?
Arjun,
Arjun?
A-R-J-U-N.
What's okay. What's your last name?
Gupta Padri.
Uh-huh. Okay. And what were your parents' names? What was your mother and father's name?
Lakshmi and Vidya.
Mm-hmm. Beautiful. Do you see them or sense them with you always?
Really?
Do you feel like a deep sadness from that, from
I
losing them?
do. I do.
Okay.
We didn't get to do the burial rites
Why not?
because they took the,
They took their bodies,
yeah,
or they took them alive and then they died and they kept them?
I think they were taken a lot.
Uh-huh. Are you sure that they died?
I haven't seen them.
Okay.
It's
All
been years.
right. How old were you when they took your parents?
Young.
Like 5 or younger?
Oh, yeah.
Like a baby?
Yeah, I think so.
Still in diapers?
Yeah.
Okay. So you don't remember seeing their faces?
No, my grandmother's told me about them.
Okay. All right. I want you to do me a favor and see if you could do this. I want you to imagine, I want you to go back when you were a baby with your parents in your arms of your mother with your father. Go back when you were a baby and tell me if you can see this.
See them.
You see them? Describe what you see.
You work very hard. I don't know if my mother had time to rest.
Mm-hmm. Can you
My
see your
mother
mother's face? Can you see her face?
it's round. It's very full face.
Look into her eyes. The eyes are the window to the soul. Look into her eyes and tell me, do you recognize her soul? Do you recognize her soul in the life of Bika?
No, I see Bika's little cousin.
And in the eyes of your mother?
Yeah.
Okay. So you do recognize the soul?
It's Desta.
Okay. And do you see your father as well there with you?
I do.
And who is your father? Who does he look like? The eyes are the window to the soul. Who do you see?
I don't recognize it.
Okay. All right. Okay. And what is your father's name?
Vidya.
Vidya. Okay. Beautiful. Now, how old do you feel in their arms? Or where are you? Are you in their arms or where are you?
I'm across the room
So you're looking at them?
in like a bassinet or something.
How old do you feel yourself?
Like a baby, but
Okay.
standing.
Like 9 months, 8 months, something like that?
Yes.
Do you have any teeth in your mouth?
No.
Okay. Just thought I'd ask. The more details that you see help you, so it's good to ask. What was that?
Oh, I didn't say anything.
Okay, beautiful. So I want you to, now that you get a good look at your mother and your father, I want you to take that in, okay? Take that in so that way you can remember what they look like, okay?
Okay.
Beautiful. Now that you've done that, we're going to close this scene, and I want you to go to a time when you were older in this life. Maybe you were a grown man, maybe anywhere in your 20s on up. And let's go to when you were older and see what your life is like then. Be there now. What do you see?
Similar temperature. It's hot. But it smells like sulfur. It's a lake. There are people building walkways through it. I see people carrying buckets of pitch. It's so hot.
Is this the slave work?
Yes.
Okay. And who's in control of you guys? Who do you see around you that's running things?
White men.
Uh-huh. Are they mean? Are they friendly? How is their demeanor?
It's not approachable.
Uh-huh. Are they hurting anybody?
No, not right now.
Do they have whips or anything in their hands?
No. But there is a man
Okay.
walking with a rifle
Oh,
propped on his shoulder.
so what else happens in this and during this time? Let's speed it up just a little bit and tell me what else significant that happens in this place.
That's it. This is my life. This is harvesting pitch to be shipped throughout the world for people to seal their water vessels with, and for people to make their roofs with. I live in a small house with
Mm.
many other people.
Mm-hmm. How old do you feel?
I'm in my 20s,
Okay.
my early 20s.
All right. And how do you feel about your life right now?
It's hard.
Mm-hmm.
I miss home.
And your grandmother, is she still alive?
She's not.
What happened to her?
I'm not
Did she
sure.
die? Did she die of old age or what happened?
I'm not sure.
Were you there when she passed away or were you taken?
I was taken.
Well, how old were you taken?
Only a few years ago.
Okay. But she was alive when you left?
Yes.
Can you, yeah, okay. Okay. Let's go ahead and close that scene. I want to close that scene. We're going to move it along to another time and place in this same life where we can get answers for your highest healing. Let's go to another time and place. Maybe when you're in your 50s or 60s, be there now and tell me what's happening around you.
I'm sitting on the front porch, chewing on sugar cane. There are a few children running around in the street. But they're not mine. I don't have a wife.
You never married, no kids?
No,
How do you feel about your life at this point?
I've made the best of what I was given, but I feel like what I had was taken.
Yeah. I can see that. All right. And who are these kids you see all around you?
They're neighborhood kids. They live at the houses nearby.
Okay. Are you still slaving around for these white people, or are you doing something different now?
I
What are you
think
doing for?
I'm
Uh-huh.
working in a sugarcane field.
Okay. Are you working and earning money, or are you working as a slave?
I earn some money.
Do you still feel like a slave?
Sometimes.
Okay. Let's go ahead and close that scene. Close that scene. You're doing beautiful. Close that scene. We're going to go to the last day in this life when you're on your deathbed, the last day in this life, right before you take your last breath, and look all around you and tell me, are you in a bed or where are you?
I'm in the field. I'm in the sugarcane field.
Daytime or nighttime?
Seems about midday.
Are you working?
Yes.
And what happens?
I think it's my heart. My heart seizes.
How old do you feel?
60s.
Okay. Is there anybody next to you? Does anybody come to your aid?
I see them just as I'm closing my eyes and taking my last breath. But they're too late.
Tell me, how does that feel and what happens when you take your last breath? Are you able to exhale fully, or how does that feel?
I go into sleep while there's a party going on. But I hope I get to see my grandmother.
Now see yourself leaving that body as you take your last breath, and describe to me everything that you see. Do you see your body down below? Do you see portals or lights open up? Or what exactly happens for you? Describe everything you see.
I'm sort of floating above myself and watching as the person who came to help me is calling for others. And then I eventually turn away from it and face towards the sky. And then I'm flying into sky, but I guess it must be a portal because it looks like sky, but I'm not continuing out into space. I feel like I'm going somewhere else, but I don't know where.
Beautiful. Does your heart feel like it's being pulled somewhere?
It does. I'm leading with my chest.
Where do you go when you leave this body?
Surrounded by light and warmth. I don't know if I'm anywhere.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Now I want you to take a deep breath and relax. And as you relax, you're going to settle into this place that's all around you. You're going to acclimate and see where it is that you are. And tell me, who is the first person that you see? Do you see your parents? Do you see your grandmother? Who are you greeted by? Is there anybody that shows up, or what happens in this space?
I'm bathed in light and there's a man approaching me.
What does he look like?
It's my grandfather. It's Bika's grandfather.
Say hello. Give him a hug. What do you have to say to him? Now's your opportunity. What do you say? What does he say?
He calls me sweetheart.
Yeah. Beautiful.
Tell him I miss him. He asked me if I got married. That nice boy that talked to him about the Patriots.
What do you say?
I don't know if I really want to talk to him. I just wanted the whole thing.
Give him a big hug and just take a moment and just be there with him. And as you're in his arms, just talk to him and tell him everything you'd like to say. Now's your opportunity. What would you like to say while he's holding you?
I know it's not my place to apologize for somebody else, but I'm sorry that my dad didn't come to see you off. I don't know what happened in his childhood that he won't talk to anybody about. But he seems to think that he knows what he's doing. And all I can do is just trust that he does know what he's doing. From what it looks like, he's just leaving his family behind. And Papa, no, you had your own stuff you had to deal with. You didn't know how to deal with it. So how you dealt with it was destructive and it hurt your family. And I'm sorry that they didn't get to experience you the way that I did. But now that conflict it's torn our family apart. It's gotten so toxic. Papa, it's like they've abandoned Mama. She's forgotten who her kids are. She doesn't remember when I call. She doesn't know how to live without you, but she keeps going on.
What does he say?
And he's sorry. And he's sorry that he never got to fix what was wrong with our family. And he tried. Since he's imbuing me with as much light as he can. He says I'm the one with the strongest heart. And then he's known since I was a baby that I would be their warrior.
Mm. Do you want to take Grandpa's hands and together, both of you together, and I will as well. Let's send love to your dad. Would you guys like to do that for a moment?
Yeah.
Let's do that, because love is the most powerful healer that we can do. Maybe it will help break down some of these walls that your father has. Okay?
Yeah.
Let's go ahead and send some love to him now. And describe to me what you guys are doing.
We're holding hands and we've turned to the south. There are those fuchsia and magenta pulses are coming off of us.
Can you feel the love that I'm sending?
Yeah.
And all together, the power of three, we're going to amplify this love and send it and surround your father with beautiful love and his whole body so that he starts to feel it and find himself once again, okay? And ask your grandpa, does your father feel it?
He says he wants to say yes, but he says that the connection between the two of them has been damaged.
See if you're able to tap into your father's energy. Tell me if you can feel him feeling your love that you guys are sending, that we're sending. Does he feel it?
Can't tell.
What was that?
I can't tell.
Okay. I'm sure he felt it. So beautiful. Anything else you want to say to your grandfather? Anything else you want to ask him about your family while you have the opportunity?
I just want to tell him that I love him. That I miss him. But he is still the only man that I let call me sweetheart.
Ask them if he can tell you a little bit about your family and your connections to Hindustan.
He says our family is marred with turmoil and pain, and that he's never been able to make sense of it. That's why he turned to drinking and violence. He calls
Well,
me a beacon.
beautiful. Yes. Let's call in some of that love light that you have, that beacon that you have, and can we shine that light down on your on all of your ancestors and all of your family that have come before, that have endured lots of suffering and pain, and can we just send just waves and waves of golden love light to them now together?
Yeah.
Let's go ahead and do that now. And I know that your higher self is always with us. So if your higher self will allow also, your higher self can amplify this as well. We're going to send love all the way down to your ancestors, okay? Tell me, what does your grandfather think of that?
He loves it.
Beautiful. Is there anything you want him to anything else you want to ask him, if he's going to reincarnate into the family again or anything like that?
He did.
He reincarnated through the family already?
He did, but that baby died. He was only 4 months old.
Mhm.
He looked just like him.
What happened that his soul couldn't stay here?
He had a weak heart.
Was that pre-planned? Did he pre-plan to have a short mission?
He says he doesn't know what happened. That he was ready to get here, and then the baby was sick.
Oh, is he going to come back again, or is he done with this place?
He doesn't know.
Doesn't know. Okay.
Says he'd like to come back and be with the family, but he doesn't know when another opportunity will come up.
Does he come through the bloodline?
He tries to.
Okay.
It's what he prefers.
So maybe it's up to you to have children.
Maybe.
Grandpa, I'll bring you in. But when you come in, no, I'm just kidding. You got to make sure, no, give them a pre-mission mission.
Right.
Beautiful. Is there any last things you'd like to say to him before we continue on?
No.
Okay. Well, let's go ahead and close that scene. Let's close that scene. We give Grandpa a love and thanks and gratitude and give him a hug and kiss before he goes and just tell him you'll see him again soon. In your dreams, perhaps. Maybe he'll visit you in your dreams, or maybe he's always with you.
Okay.
Does he say anything before he goes?
That he loves me.
Is he always with you?
He is, but he told me to be careful. And to
Be
take
careful.
care of my family.
Uh-huh. What do you need to be careful with?
He just has to be careful and to mind my surroundings. To
Does
pay
he see you
attention.
by harm? Or are you too carefree, or what is it?
I think he's just overprotective. Or just protective.
Uh-huh. Okay.
A little clumsy. So
Be more careful. Okay. Well, you want to go ahead and give him a kiss and a hug, and we'll say, see you later for now. All right, and let me know when you're ready to move on. Is this a good time to call in your higher self?
yeah, it is.
Okay, at this time, I'd like to go ahead and call in the higher self of Bika. The higher self of Bika, I'd like to speak to you now, please. Let me know when I have a connection.
I am here. Hello.
Beautiful. Hello, hello, hello. I love, honor, and respect you. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me. It's nice to be here.
Beautiful. Let's see. First, I want to ask, do you have a name that you go by?
Yes, I go by B.
B?
Yeah.
All right, beautiful. B, I just want to double check. Did her tiger come along with her?
No, I'm not seeing her right now.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't see her.
She's okay where she's at then. We can't forget that she's there. Okay, beautiful. B, I think this is such a beautiful experience, and I just want to know, she's got a bunch of questions here, and she also had these beautiful experiences. But before I begin, can you just tell me, why is it that you brought her here today?
She's very resistant to the good things that are waiting for her. And I'd like her to believe that she deserves these things and to know that the treasures that await her are hers and have always been hers. She's just has to work to find the place that puts her in a spot to vibrate, to bring those pieces to her. But she's had a lot she has to deal with, a lot of psychological and emotional damage that's happened throughout her time on Earth. People have taken advantage of her and her kindness and her body, and it's done caused a lot of hurt, and it's a web of self-deceit and lies that she's had to cut through to find who she is, to find who her people are, and to learn to say no. I brought her here because she knows of her power, but she needs to be reminded of it. She feels it in moments, in tiny moments, she feels it. But I want her to feel it all the time. Her tiny moments that she has where she feels this power, it's always when she creates something and makes something totally from scratch. Be it food or art, music, writing. She's in her element when she's creating.
Beautiful. Beautiful. So, higher self, B, would you like to answer her questions first, or would you like to do a body scan first? Or would you like to tell us why you took her to the first place that you took her to, this beautiful scene? Was this her ancestor this life that you took her to as a little boy?
No, but he lived a similar life to her family.
Okay, was this her life? Was this one of her past lives, or was this just something that you showed her?
This was one of her past lives,
Okay,
but it
beautiful.
was outside of her bloodline.
Okay. Now I know that she said that her mother was it her mother or grandmother that she saw was her mother was her cousin?
Yes, her mother is her Uncle Robin's youngest son,
Oh,
named Desta.
okay.
So
Oh,
he's her baby cousin.
beautiful. So in that life, even though it was outside of her bloodline, her cousin was still there connecting
Yes,
her.
yes,
Okay. And is her cousin part of her bloodline as well?
yes.
Okay. Okay. And what about the father in that life, Vita? Was he connected to her bloodline or anything?
No, he's wasn't. He's one who wasn't really connected. He was always really distant,
Uh-huh.
and I had a hard time reaching him myself.
Oh, really? Okay. Interesting. Was there a lot of trauma with these guys to make them feel this way?
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
the
I
trauma
can.
of poverty, of imperialism, of every ism that man has decided to place upon people that are seemingly below their station.
Right. And why is it that you wanted her to see this life and see that her family worked really hard and were basically slaves? Was there a message or a lesson in that life for her that she learned?
I wanted to show her where our pain comes from, where her pain comes from. There is pain, there are painful things for her that exist in this life, but she also carries the pain of her people, of the generations before her.
Mm-hmm. Is there any way that we can heal some of their ancestral lineage that with this trauma that they all have down the line? It seems like it's just both sides of their family. Can we do some type of healing to help them? Are we able to do something for them? What can we do? Can we send love light all through all the DNA, through all the bloodlines of their families?
Yes, let's do that.
How far back can we go? All the way back?
I think we should go back to the beginning.
Let's do it. Beautiful. Let's do that now. Let's send some love all the way through those lines. Find all the lines like a web and see this web glow as it hits every family member. Just let it ignite and see this beautiful glow come all over them. And let's just start healing this ancestral, these curses that pass down. Let's end it now. Let's start healing this family like a beacon of light that she is. Let's send just a wave of love light to them now. Going through all the family members, just light them up one by one. Pop, 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 pop. And tell me if you see this and describe what do you see.
I see everyone laid out like a family tree. And as it burns through, as the light burns through, it pings as they reach each person. And then it turns and transforms into this beautiful plume of light and smoke, as if it's burning away all of the hurt and the curse and destroying it. And as it
Beautiful.
goes further back, it gets more and more intense.
And as you see this light going through, I want to send a beam of rainbow rays following right behind it, just covering each and every one of them with these beautiful rainbow rays. Can we do that?
Yes, absolutely.
Let's do that now. So as they're healing and cleansing, we're going to send these beautiful rainbow rays that are going to come through and regenerate and make new positive connections for each and every one of them through time and space, all through every family member from past to future. Can we do that?
Yes.
Let's do that now. And tell me, what does that look like?
Everything is crystallizing. And glowing.
And do they all feel it?
Do they have their heads thrown back in joy and ecstasy?
Beautiful. Now I want you to also imagine that each and every one of you have your arms stretched out, and now you are palm to palm, and see yourself connecting and send that love through your palms, and just let it run through, and let it be so that you feel it and that you remember this beautiful connection, that you are always connected to your ancestors and they're always there with you in gratitude. And tell me if you can see this to see.
Beautiful. Oh, it's so beautiful. It's like there's a pulse of light that just zips around the ancestral circle.
Beautiful.
You can feel the warmth go across my chest, through my arms, and I can feel it when it leaves from my hand to the next hand, and then I feel it when it comes back.
And how does it feel? How does this experience feel to you?
Humbling. Included. It feels amazing.
Beautiful. Now remember that feeling. And I also want to send bubbles of love light. Imagine yourself blowing bubbles, and as you blow bubbles, each and every one of your family members are going to be encased in this beautiful bubble of protection. See yourself blowing this love, like blowing kisses to them. As you blow kisses, you're blowing these bubbles around them, letting them know that you see them, you honor them, you are grateful. And by doing this, this is a way for you to help them as well. And tell me if you see this and describe what you see.
I see the bubbles. I see them floating out towards each person. Some of them are caught by surprise. Some of them are stepping into them tentatively. Some of them are just jumping in them and meeting them as they move in. They're all ecstatic and happy. And I feel like there's been a burden lifted off of them. They seem light.
Now, I want you to let them know that at this time, any of your ancestors that did not cross over, that might have been stuck, if they want to, they can always cross over at this time, and Archangel Michael will be there for you and help them cross over. Are there any ancestors that are stuck that need to cross over at this time?
It looks like there are a couple. They're going to join. They're joining together to find the Archangel. They're ready to go.
Archangel Michael, please step forward and let them see you and let me know when you see them, when you see Archangel Michael. Archangel Michael, brother, please step forward. There are some beautiful souls that would like to heal.
Oh, I get the be not afraid lines now.
Tell me what you see.
A being surrounded by light.
Mm-hmm.
Started out with being extra gigantic, just larger than life, just absolutely gargantuan. But he's made himself a little easier to digest. He's greeting them, and they've turned and are waving and thanking me.
Before they go also, would you like, I'd like to call upon Lord Ganesh to step forward as well. And they can accompany, and let me know if you see Lord Ganesh stepping forward as well.
Well, I heard him before I saw him, but he is here. All the jangles and bangles.
Beautiful. Somebody familiar. Tell me, how does your ancestors feel with this moment of being surrounded by these beautiful beings of love?
I feel like it feels like retribution. And like all the suffering brought them to this point. And that makes it okay. Because now they experience light.
How do you feel for doing this for your ancestors? How do you feel? You're able to do this.
Feel humbled.
Yes.
An old part of me, an old part of her is questioning why she was the one that was chosen, but she already knows why she was chosen. It's because she was the strongest one. She was given the brightest soul. And people on earth worked really hard to dip that for a really long time. But she still managed to find it, to find her light and to find her tribe and the people that are here for her.
Yes. Beautiful. Well, that's beautiful that we were able to do that. Is there any other healing we can do for the family that would help, that you suggest?
No, I think we're okay for now.
All right. Well, let's let Lord Ganesh and Archangel Michael go ahead and take her family along the way. Do they have anything to say to her before they go, or have they gone?
All they had to say was thank you and namaste.
Beautiful. Yes. Namaste. We love, honor, and respect them, and we are thankful that they are able to cross over and finally get some peace. Beautiful, 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 beautiful. Okay, let's see what is next here. Okay, higher self. Let's see. We have a few other things I think about this life is. Oh, can we just go back a little bit? I want to know what your take is and what your opinion is about the beginning, how we started the beginning with her alchemy session. What did you think about that? Did you like that?
Her alchemy session?
Where we did with the trees and the waterfall and her picking up the satchel with the
Oh, yes.
keys.
Yes, yes.
That
That was a
what
great place to visit. I did enjoy that.
and the Griffin.
Yes, the Griffin Terence. He's a new little soul.
Is he?
Yeah,
Oh, and it's her very own, huh?
it is. She got to meet an internet friend who they both liked each other's work, and they met up for burgers in New York and Brooklyn, and just holed away in some hole in the wall and just created them. Shermie came up with the color palette. B had some reference images that she had found. She knew what she wanted and knew who Terrence was for a long time before she found someone that could translate her vision for her.
Wow. So is she psychic?
With practice, she could be better.
Uh-huh. Do you suggest she takes my little psychic development class, or should she take one of Aurora's classes?
She's always been one that's been more for independent study,
Uh-huh.
but she absolutely needs guidance.
Beautiful. I can give her some pointers to start with, like starting with psychic protection, maybe ensuring that she shields herself daily, twice a day with her bubbles of love light.
Yes, those things she does need to learn, and she should learn them
Okay.
from a trusted source.
Mhm. Do you suggest I teach her this?
Yeah, I don't want her searching the internet for pointers from.
Good. I'm still a trusted source, right?
Yes, exactly.
Beautiful. Yay. I just love her energy. She's such a joyful soul. I love that she's so creative and imaginative. What is her special gifts that she has here? Can you tell her?
Oh, she is a magnificent writer. She she casts spells with her writing. She has this immaculate gift that her words come out as if a painter were painting them or someone was singing them, the most beautiful aria you'd heard. She has this stream of consciousness style that nobody else can match because it's her consciousness, it's her thoughts, it's her vibe, it's everything. And her voice is so unique to what is out there and what other people are writing, and her voice is something that should be heard throughout her time, and she should be she's supposed to be an influence, and she's supposed to be someone that tells stories on a larger scale.
Beautiful. So she's pretty much on the right path with her writing and singing. So she should focus on those two things as well.
She should. She's really good at. She's been trying to find like a physical medium. She calls herself an untalented painter, but she's recently found this pattern that has come up for her a lot, and she's been using it and working with it. And it's her pattern. It's her signature. And as far as graphic works, like this is what she can also focus on when she's doing her physical art, when she's making paintings or drawings, or it's the disappearing squares is probably the best way to describe it.
Beautiful. Would you say she's meditating when she's doing these things?
Oh, absolutely. Her flow states can last for a really long time, to where she forgets to eat or go to the bathroom or really sit in a different position so that her back isn't hurting her. She will lose her entire self in a project.
I see. Okay, beautiful. So at this time, Higherself, do you suggest that we ask questions or should we do a body scan first?
I'm comfortable with either. Which would you prefer to do first?
Well, I know that she's been under for some time, so I want to catch her before she gets too tired.
Okay. We can ask questions now. I feel like
Okay,
that was probably more so
all
what she
right,
was looking for.
beautiful. Let's go ahead and let's run through these questions. So basically, one of her first questions is, what was that kiss that she felt on her forehead?
Oh, that was me.
Was that you?
That was me. She could not sleep. She was awake all night. Her mom stresses her out, so she was even worse with the stress she was under. So I had to pop in, and I waited for the sun to just start coming up, and popped in and kissed her on the forehead.
Ooh, Higherself, B, are you an archangel?
How would I know? Am I allowed to tell you that?
I've had quite a few angels, I've had quite a few higher selves tell me, yes, they're an archangel and really strongly meant it. And then I've had others tell me, no, that they're not. So I guess it's up to you.
The question excited me, but it feels arrogant to say yes, to claim something like that.
Let me see. Higher self, B. See if you're able to ask Archangel Michael if you're an archangel. What does he tell you?
He's not really answering me.
Is he looking at you? Do you see him?
I can see him, yeah, but
What's energy like? Is he looking at you like you should know this, or is he amused, or what does this energy feel like?
it feels like it feels like he's amused by it, by the question.
All right,
which is kind of
I'll ask him
annoying.
later. Archangel Michael's, he's a serious cat. He's funny. Okay. So, well, that's okay. I just thought I'd throw that out there. Okay, so here's the next question. Why did you have her go to Louisiana? What was it that was drawing her there? She said that well, before you answer that, let's start with Oregon. I think she went to Oregon first. What was the reason for her to go to Oregon? Right?
Well, that was her
That was just her?
second time moving to Oregon. She had moved to Oregon with her family when she was little. She turned 5 in Oregon, 5 or 6.
Mm.
She moved out there with her best friends, her family, and then her best friend's family also moved out because that's where her best friend's stepdad is from.
Mm. Is there something about that land that she's connected to, the reason why she was drawn there? Or just because of them?
When she was a kid, they went because they were looking, to start a new life and everything. And then it was the same story with her and Larry when they went out in 2014. They it was magic for them. They fell in love before, but they fell in love even more when they got out there. And she's always, up until a certain point a couple years ago, she was always prone to self-sabotage and was always prone to just cutting and running. And when things got difficult or when things were too close, she would just, if it was too good, it didn't feel right. So she had to go.
Mm.
Both her and Larry, they phrased it and painted it as looking for adventure. And of course they were finding adventure, but they had established a really nice life in Portland.
Mm-hmm.
They had built a community. They had family there, or friends that were like family that she'd grown up with, and they had good jobs. But they got a whiff of wanting change, and they chose Louisiana. And she felt uneasy the whole time.
Why is that?
Because I think she knew that she shouldn't have been leaving Oregon. She knew that she should have just stayed there. But she left because it was the only thing that felt right, was shaking things up and leaving. Stability and longevity, like none of that really made sense to her, or was anything that she felt that she was supposed to seek out. So she had to run, and Larry had to run. But then New Orleans just ended up being New Orleans, and it was pretty much a disaster. She couldn't find full-time work. They were both working 2 or 3 jobs, running a business that they owned and operated, and then working in a restaurant, doing manual labor as a stagehand, and still never having enough money for the rent, no matter how much they worked.
I see.
It's a beautiful city. It was rich with culture and rich with art and music and magic, but she lacked the spiritual strength that she has now. She wouldn't she was unprepared, and unprotected when she was there. She didn't know that she was walking into like the battleground where the veil is thin and people that don't know what they're doing are calling on things that they don't understand.
Mm-hmm. What's this festival of Bacchanal? I hate saying the name, but what is the festival?
Uh, uh, what is a bacchanal, or what was the festival?
Both.
So bacchanal is specifically a party that's thrown for Bacchus, and it's a party where all participants reach their most primal states. Those moments where you've totally dissolved your identity and become energy and force. And what that does is that's essentially you're singing to Bacchus, and you're letting yourself go and letting spirit and letting anything really enter and take over. And then the festivals that they were having, when the Mardi Gras parades would occur, each parade there are hundreds of parades in the area, and each parade is dedicated to a different deity or a different way of life or cultural situation in New Orleans. And so with specifically people partying to the point of these primal states and then invoking the names of various gods and goddesses, they're just bringing all of this energy and then not really doing anything with it. And then the sensitive ones are caught up in the crosshairs and the crossfire of it. So it's just a swirling mishmash of different energies that aren't being focused responsibly.
Mm-hmm. So what exactly happens to these people energetically? Do they get, does their energy get taken over by like reptilians and stuff like that, or what happens?
I'm not entirely sure, because these are,
Probably
I'm sorry,
spirits as well. Anything running around that can get in
anything,
will get in.
exactly anything. It's,
Mm-hmm.
she likes to describe New Orleans as a city as corrupt as you expect to be founded by pirates. Because that's what New Orleans was, is it was founded by pirates, settled and established by pirates, and became a haven for pirates essentially, and the city remains corrupt. Embezzlement and sex scandals and just a whole myriad of issues that no other city would rightfully put up with.
Mm-hmm. Where were these pirates from?
A lot of them were from France, but also there were a few from Spain and Portugal.
Mhm. I see. Boy, they were traveling, huh?
Oh yeah.
Yikes. Can only imagine what times were like back then. Everyone thinks like there wasn't that much action, but it sounds like there might have been a lot more action than there is now.
As far as the travel from
Yeah.
from Europe especially, that would have been one of the points on one of the triangular trade routes.
Oh.
New Orleans is, it's best described as a Northern Caribbean city, not a Southern American city, because New Orleans is not Birmingham or Nashville. Like it feels like a different country altogether.
Wow. Okay. Can we send some love to that state, to Louisiana in general? Can we just send some love? I know there's a lot of stuff going on there, but I'd like to just be able to send some love to the whole land there. And every time someone steps on the land, they just feel the love vibrate through their body. Is that possible?
Yeah, absolutely.
Let's do that now, please. I'd like to be able to do that now.
Yeah.
Have my higher self well step in and help send some love. Let's do that now. And tell me, what do you see happening on that grid there? What does it look like? Sending them love.
The swamps are glowing pink.
Beautiful. Yes, let's send love. With every beat of my heart, I'd love to send love out to the swamps, to the lands, to the trees, to the animals, the insects, the waters, the air, everything around, the plants, the weeds, the magical elementals that are there as well. Let me know what that looks like, please.
Oh, it's
And if they feel
beautiful.
like
It's like watching, like all of Louisiana is like a swamp, and it's like watching the more love that gets poured on, the more fireflies you see, the more and the brighter they glow.
Can we do that for a whole minute?
Yeah, absolutely.
Let's do that for a whole minute. And every time my heart beats, I just want to boost out another boost of love light from my heart to the earth there, to Louisiana. All the souls that are in the graves, all the bones that are in the land, let them feel this too, please. And all the souls that are walking around, they can feel this too. Is that possible? How's that looking?
It's beautiful. The souls look like constellations.
Are there any lost souls there that are roaming around that we're able to have the archangels come and sweep them down in a big, beautiful elevator and help take them away? Are we able to save any souls there that have not crossed over? If we fill them all up with love light earth, can we do that?
There are so many.
I'd like to call upon all my archangels and Mother Gaia to just surround this beautiful state. Keep Mother Gaia, take this state, Louisiana, and put it in your palm of your hand, and all the souls that are ready to go with you, can they go with her now, please, into her heart, into the earth, into back to source for healing? Can we do that? Are we able to do that? I send them love. I love and honor and respect them on their journey. Just let them know, fill them up with love light. They no longer have to be bound. Feel the energy come in if they wish to accept it. Tell me if this is possible and what do you see?
I see Gaia trying. She's able to access. She's able to reach them.
I'd like to call upon the dragons as well to step in if they'd like to step in and help assist these souls. They
I don't know
can,
if anybody wants to leave.
they think it's a party, huh?
Yeah.
I'd like to call upon Yeshua, as mighty as he is. Let him step his face forward so that they feel his love and feel that they have an opportunity to release if they choose. And Archangel Michael, brother, as well. See if put your net out and see if any souls want to come with you. If there's any here that are ready to release.
Seeing it's just a couple, two or three.
Okay. Take them to heal and tell me, how does that look? Help them transmute so they can heal. Take them where they need to go. Tell me, what does this look like?
We're going towards the Archangel.
Beautiful.
And he has a platform waiting for them that will take them.
Tell me, how do these people feel about this?
They seem relieved.
Do they have any last messages for us?
No. They're just happy to be going.
We send them off with love. I know they might have been there maybe a long time. So let's let the archangels take them away so they can heal, and let me know when they're gone.
They have left.
Beautiful. And tell me, how does that look over there? Did that help a little bit?
It did. There's still so many stuck there. And I don't know if that's just because of the rituals they participate in, but don't fully understand what they're participating in.
Are there any portals there that we can close? Do you see any portals that we can close, perhaps? Dark portals?
No, I'm not seeing any.
All right. Is it possible to have an angel? We can place an angel here in New Orleans and on the land to oversee and just send love and protection to the land. Is it possible to do that?
I think so. Yeah.
All right. Beautiful. Let's go ahead and have a beautiful angel step forward and place themselves where they'd like to go, and tell me, what do you see?
I see them standing in the river, in the Mississippi River, by the bridge that takes you across. And their wings are covering the city.
Beautiful. It's 1:11. I'd love to send love to Gaia. Hopefully she receives it and feels it. Can we also place maybe 3 more angels? Can we get 1 at each cardinal direction of the state? Is that too much, or is that possible?
I don't think there's such thing as too many angels for New Orleans.
Well, thank you for that. So beautiful. If we want, we can have also an army if we like. I mean, don't tell me there's no limits. Can we army down there? Can we have our own angelic party going on down there so that when they do have their festivals, they realize that they are surrounded by beautiful, benevolent archangel or angels or whatever. That way the vibrations start to raise. Is that possible?
That would be wonderful.
Let's do that, please. Because I have not been to Louisiana yet, and that is one place I have not been. I've been to every state. And before I go there, I want to make sure, if I ever do, I want to make sure this place is vibing the way we need it to be. So let's do that now, please. Let's bring in a beautiful team of army of angels. Let them surround the lands and disperse all throughout the lands. And tell me, what do you see and how does this look?
I see one angel is standing in Lake Pontchartrain, and one is standing in the river, and the other is standing in the delta. There are others placed throughout, but these 3 main pillars of angels are holding down the fort, essentially. Their wings reaching in the middle and covering the city.
Beautiful. I send them love. I send everybody love. I can always send angels love, right?
Sure.
Who says we can't send them love? We always receive love from them. I like to send some love back to them and give gratitude and thank them for everything that they're doing now. Beautiful. Let me know when I can continue on with the questions.
Yeah, we can move on.
Beautiful. And we'll let them continue on there and protect and keep that space. And so let's see, the next question I see here is, she said that she was working on her fractals and self-healing. She said she saw her inner child, her 9-year-old and her 16-year-old version of her integrate. Can you tell her about this experience that she had?
I'm so proud of her. She really dug deep. She really worked and really looked at her ugly sides, the sides that she didn't like, and listened for the voices that meant harm, and she kicked them out, and she was able to discern who it was that she was hearing, who was the first negative voice in her head, and ban them from her. And when she combined and melded the 3 of them back together, she was whole. She was absolutely whole. She suffered trauma early in her life. I don't know if she's never been whole. Her parents were not ready to be parents. They didn't want to be parents, and her dad ended up not being involved right away with her when she was little and when she was young, and it was to the point that they didn't really bond very well, and she didn't really start feeling like he was like they had any sort of relationship until she was in her mid-20s. And even then it was only because they could smoke weed together, and that was the big facilitator for them. And that, that kind of sucks. Like, you should be able to like sit and just like hang out with your dad, but she never really got that from him, and that was her first her first thing that fractured her, and was not being loved by her father and delighted, like her father finding delight in her and being excited when she would walk into the room. And she never knew that kind of love from a man until she met her husband. So once she found stability and she found something solid, she was able to work through her pain, and she was able to identify the parts of her that needed the most help. And it finally came to it that she was able to tap into that space and bring those two together, because her teen version of herself had turned her back because it was too hard to face it and too hard to look at any of it, and didn't want to acknowledge the hurt she had been through, because it would mean that it was real. And she helped her, she healed her, and now she's got her talking to her again. She's got her interacting with her in her journals, and she's expressing herself more. And baby girl, her younger, the 9-year-old, she's incredible. She asked, the last time she checked in with her yesterday afternoon, all baby girl had to report was that she's fine and she could use some Doritos, and that's about it. And she just went back to her just happy, carefree existence of getting to be a 9-year-old. And I'm just so proud of her.
Beautiful. Does she have any other fractals that she needs to integrate back into her?
I think there might be some of her early 20s, but there was a guy that she dated. Well, she dated. I don't think it was a mutual dating, because, he was just a jerk. But she had, she lost her virginity too. She wasn't like waiting, she was just terrified of sex. And so she ended up having sex for the first time after college, and it was this man that she thought that she just thought was different. And I think I think her early 20s needs some love, and needs a reminder of her strength and her power, and why he felt the need to diminish her light in the first place, and to reinforce that just because someone is threatened by her doesn't mean that she needs to succumb to that and make herself smaller to make that person more comfortable.
Yes. So is it possible to find that fractal of her that has that needs some healing, that inner 20-year-old of her? Can we find that version of her now and integrate that back into her?
Yeah, we can try.
All right, let's see if we can do that now. I'd like to see how we can help. Was there an entity attachment that occurred from this? or an energy attachment?
I wouldn't call it an energy attachment, but there were a lot of dirty tricks that he played that really kind of hurt her ability to trust.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Can you see if there's any cords that are also connected to her in the sky?
Oh, definitely. There would be times that he would just show back up after months of her not speaking or thinking about him. And those cords are still there. They're wearing thin, but they're still there.
Can we go ahead and sever those cords now?
Absolutely. She needs to stop every once in a while looking up his profile on Instagram.
The
Out of
sense of
morbid
being
curiosity.
yeah, right. Curiosity killed the cat, but satisfaction brought him back. Okay, so let's send some Phoenix fire to those cords and dissolve those cords now, please. And tell me when they've dissolved.
Oh, they're done. They weren't even that strong.
Beautiful.
How weak this man was. Oh.
Can we surround her with some rainbow golden rays as well, just to give her a little boost, cleanse her over from that energy?
Yes, absolutely.
Beautiful. Let's go ahead and give her a little, wash her, give her like a golden bath, clean her, make her feel beautiful and vibrant, and remove any of that. And so that way she can have her trust back. Is there something that she lost with him that she needs to bring back or anything? Can we can we give her some trust back in there in her heart? Or
the trust that she had lost from him has been repaired and has come back.
okay, beautiful.
But it's the being curious and the wanting to snoop and investigate and see what it could have been or what things were, just to playing with fantasy that is just a waste of her time and energy.
Beautiful. I'd like to be able to make sure that that she knows that if she ever hears his name or anything like that, it will not be a trigger for her. It'll just be like no big deal. Can we reprogram her mind?
Yes.
Beautiful. Let's do that now. Beautiful. I know how it can be sometimes, even if you know, it's harmless, it's still just the fact that it just needs to be severed and done with, right?
Right, exactly.
Okay, beautiful. Let's see. We have another question here. She has a reoccurring dream that she feels like she was able to resolve. Do you know what dream this is that she's talking about?
Oh yes. She slayed a demon that she was tricked into saving. She suffers from people pleasing skills, from being a people pleaser, and she's always tricked into saving this person that is inside of this burning house. And but she's a kid, like she's a teenager, and this adult is asking her to go save like her uncle, and it turns out to be a demon. And every time before that she's had this dream, it would just end with her death, that the demon would smother her and she would just die of suffocation from this demon. However, this last time she
fought. She threw fists, she threw hands, like she threw feet, she threw anything she could get her hands on. She was screaming at him. She's never been able to make any sort of sound in her dreams. She's never been able to speak. She's never been able to, especially in times of danger, she's just never been able to make any sort of vocal noise. And in this dream, she was full on screaming and calling for help. And she dragged the demon out the front door. And while like her, so the house is also on fire, by the way. This is why they got over to the house. Like her friends are helping put out the fire, and then she like brutally destroys this demon, like ripping its head from its shoulders, sort of destruction. And once she slays him, she's just overcome with relief and starts sobbing and just sits, and a conjured version of two of her friends and her husband come to her and like hold her while she sobs. And in the background, her friends are dismantling and burying and taking away the body, and she's like, she woke up feeling rested, and this is her shifting into that new paradigm. She's able to defeat the things that were stalking her, she did that all on her own. She rescued herself, and she's the one that created the new paradigm for herself. And everything was already telling her that this is her new life. And finally having that dream, I think that dream finally convinced her that this is her new life, that this is how she is, this is who she is, this is who she's always been.
Wow. So what would you say dreams are then experiencing?
The signal cut up a little bit. What was your question?
Okay, what would you say that dreams are then? Would you say that these were parallel timelines that she was experiencing?
I think some of her dreams are parallel timelines that she'll experience, but I also think that it's sometimes play acting for her.
Like Groundhog's Day?
Yes. Yes, exactly. I think some of it is play acting for her to demonstrate lessons for herself. She's a learner through storytelling, and she has to have her story told back to her.
Oh, I see.
To understand it.
Interesting. Okay. Let's see. That's interesting. Okay, so she took care of that. She wants to know what is her mission or what career should she be focusing on right now? Should she be focusing on a particular mission, or is there a career that you see for her that she should be focusing on? What advice can you give her?
Everything that she is working on, all of the plates and pots that she's got in the air, they're all worthy of being focused on. I think how she's currently operating and how she's working on the movie, on working on songs for her band, on working on this business with her friends. I think that is exactly what she needs to focus on. Her job is just a job, and it's a means for her to be able to provide and keep shelter and food, but this isn't her path. Corporate TV is not her end game. Media is where she's supposed to be, but not specifically in the role that she's in right now.
I see. Okay. She says that she feels drawn to help and take care of people. And she wants to know, should she tell her story?
Yes. The world needs more stories that are more like hers and more like people that look like her.
Mm-hmm. Beautiful.
There are other mixed kids that need to hear her story to know that they're not alone.
Uh-huh. Can you tell her why it's so, besides what you just said, can you tell her also why it's important for people to hear her story? I know that it's very healing, but I feel like, you know, as her higher self, maybe you can put it into better words.
Yeah. The whole time that she was growing up, that Ambika was growing up, she didn't get to see herself on TV. She didn't see herself in movies. And so she had limited what she thought that she could do with her life. It limited her imagination, and it limited her ability to dream bigger for herself. It was really detrimental to just not see stories that look like hers. And so I think when I know that she thinks of the philosophy of, if she's missing those stories and wishing that she was seeing those stories, then she's the one that is meant to write those stories. That if there's something that she wants to see and be made, and movie to see or song to listen to, and it's not out there, then she's the one that's meant to make it. And it's important for not just her to get her story out, and not just the kid that's going to hear it, that's going to be felt, that's going to feel seen. It's important for the culture. It's important for everyone.
Mm-hmm.
It's important for those upper middle class suburban white boys that need to understand more than just their life and Lil Wayne lyrics. Like they need to get the diversity of people that they would relate to, that they don't know that they would relate to.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely beautiful. That's funny. Can you tell her about, is she going to be a mother? Is she, is this her story? She doesn't know. She said that when she was younger, she was like, no. And then recently she's starting to question it. What do you have to tell her about that?
I don't know if I have a definitive answer for her. I wish I did, but I think that's a decision that she'll come to it as she'll feel like. Right now, nothing's missing from her life.
Mm-hmm.
There's no voids to be filled.
Yes. Can you tell her why is it one would even choose, like on a spiritual level, to have a child? I know that on the earthly level we see it one way, but I also know that when we have a child, sometimes it's another way of us experiencing life through them somehow. if you
Yes,
understand what I'm saying.
yes, yes, yes.
I mean, I
I
have
know.
5 kids, so
I
I'm
know
like,
she
yeah, girl, have some kids.
she's
Maybe not.
she's
I don't know. What do
her
you think?
husband has 2 kids, so she is a stepmom, but they're adults and in their early 20s, so she talks to them as much as adults in their early 20s talk to their parents, which isn't often, especially that the oldest is only 12 years younger, so if anything, she's really like a cool aunt that they can talk to about stuff that they're not comfortable talking to their parents about.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Yeah.
but if there were a reason to have a kid and she's toyed with this reason as having a chance to provide a life and a space for our inner children to have a time to grow with their equal and to be supported and treated with kindness and to help shape the heart of someone similar to you that would have been how you were shaped in an ideal world.
Mm-hmm. Right. I know that when she thought about that, there's this a poem that she says that she sees online a lot, a couple times, I think, that touched her, and it was about what you just said. So I'm wondering if that's some kind of a little cryptic message you're giving her right there.
Mm. Could be. She does like to analyze things, so have at it.
Yes, yes, of course. Beautiful. Okay, let's see. Um, and also I'll be sure to tell her about so since that she's you know is Hindu, would would you think at least study tantric sex with her husband?
Yeah, she actually bought a book a few years ago and they've never like gone beyond reading the first chapter. I
Oh,
think it spooked her about how close it described you were supposed to be emotionally, and at that point they had not reached that. Um they actually almost broke up last year because there was a lot of things that were coming up for her that she wasn't quite sure about, and they talked through it and they figured it out, and they're even closer than they've ever been, and it probably is a better time to revisit
mm,
tantrism and understanding themselves through that.
beautiful. Yes. And then maybe she, after that, she might think about, possibly if she chooses to have a baby. And
Right.
beautiful sacred sex and sacred protection. How better way to have a child?
Right.
Right. When you get to that level, that way, does it have anything to do with like your DNA as well? Like as far as they're growing and learning. So once they've done their inner work and their inner healing, when they have their child won't carry this in their DNA. Like they won't carry that residue.
Yes, I think
Is
that
that
is the biggest thing that holds her back. That is the biggest conflict that she sees, is that she doesn't feel that if she doesn't feel that she is fully healed from the things that ail her, then she doesn't feel like that she is ready to have a baby.
beautiful? Yes, it's always best to do work on ourselves first, and get our bodies right before we bring in a vessel, another vessel, right?
Right.
Now, is her husband her twin flame?
I know that she's been debating that and she's not sure. Twin flame sounds like an apt descriptor.
Have they had many lives together?
Oh, yes, absolutely. They
So
knew each other as
basically,
soon as they saw each other.
he's her twin flame.
Yes, when they met,
She
it was her initial reaction was, "Oh, there you are." That was her.
right.
That was her feeling. Was like, "Oh, okay, I found you."
I said the same thing with my husband.
It's a
And
great
is it the
feeling.
women that acknowledge first?
Maybe.
Well, my reaction was more like, oh, excuse my language, but it was like, oh fuck. I was like, oh
Yeah.
shoot, you know.
Yeah, exactly. We're
I
not
was like,
afraid of the word fuck. It's fine.
oh good, yes. I was like, oh fuck. But luckily I had my sage with me. So my higher self did be like, hold on, girl, 1 second. I got lucky. So this is beautiful. So she just has to accept it within herself, basically.
Right, exactly. And she never
That
had that
he's
foundation of
yeah.
trusting herself, so she's learning to build that. But she's also aware that she could be running out of time too, biologically. So there's a lot of thoughts to weigh.
Yes. 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 Well, okay, let's see. I have some more questions here about her family. What about her sister? Why is it her and her sister have this relationship? What does she need to know about her relationship with her? They fight.
They fight all the time. Anytime her sister texts, she has this her stress just spikes, and her sister is very combative. She's very Their father gave in to her demands a lot all the time. She was the kid that he was ready for. So she got more of his attention, and by her getting more of his attention, she ended up really just becoming not just a daddy's girl, but it was just she ended up being the golden child of the family, because she had interests that my parents understood. She played sports, and she she did things that they got, and I was the artsy weird drama kid that they didn't quite understand. So she was sort of she'd been given this elevated status, but at the same time, while telling Bika that she's not, like, painting this picture that she's not really anything, she would also follow her everywhere. She followed her to the same college. She followed her to Nashville, and they lived together. Poor Bika felt like she was just strong-armed into living with her in an apartment, and didn't feel comfortable being able to move out and live with somebody else. So she had her sister just attached to her until she was she was 26, 25, 26. The first time she'd seen her sister after not living together for a few months, and when her sister saw that she wasn't crumbling from the loneliness, I guess, she lashed out. And that really, especially when she was trying to tell her about something fun and exciting, and she just lashed out at her and said some really hurtful things, and it painted it just really solidified the picture for her, knowing who her sister was. Her sister needs the attention. Her sister needs people to see her as top dog, regardless of how unkind she is. And until recently, she's never really stood up to her. She's never made her opinion known. And then she finally just, she understands her sister so well that she knew that by mentioning that she could work remotely, that she would have to force her sister to have the conversation of to actually bring up the thing, the behavior that upset her. And by her, she fights passive aggressively through other people. So Bika like her through everybody else, and she was mad at her about just something dumb. And she didn't feel catered to. She felt like, she said she expects more from her family, even though she was calling 2 days ahead of time before she was coming in for like a holiday weekend, and other people were already staying with them, and she was upset that she had to sleep on like an air mattress. And it was all high school drama, and Bika decided she didn't want any part of it and just kind of stepped back. And finally, when she said something about working remotely and coming to visit because she lives in Colorado, she said she had to put on a brave face and speak her truth about how betrayed she felt, that I didn't have room in my house for her to sleep, even though it was a last minute self invitation. So
Last minute what?
a last minute self invitation. She invited herself to my house 2 days
Right.
before she wanted to come, but the house was full with guests.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
She didn't want
So
to be left, huh?
right. So like, narcissist is a good word to use for her.
Let me
But
ask a
yeah,
question. Are they from the same galactic soul family? Do you know?
I don't know, because her sister feels like a stranger a lot of the times.
Mm-hmm. I'm wondering, have they had past lives together before?
I think they have, and I feel like they've always been combative with each other, but I think this might be the first time that they're siblings.
Is it possible for you to show her? Can you take her back to the first life that she had with her sister so we can find out what happened? Maybe there was a incident that happened between them, perhaps. Can we possibly do that? Are you able to do that?
Mm,
What do you see? Can you look into that?
there's not really much coming up.
What's the background story with her sister? Who is she and why is it that they have this problem throughout lives? Is there a way to access her Akashic records to find out?
Hmm.
As her higher self, is that something that you could do?
I could grant, because since she is going out soon, I want to grant her the courage and the strength to be steadfast and stand up against her, to help resolve these, so that maybe that they can at least push through some sort of resistance barrier that they can find common
Okay.
ground on. And then I think after that there would be more space for understanding their relationship.
Okay. They've got to go through hurdles and portals.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, so can we at least send some love to her sister, some extra love? I know all the members of the family's gotten love already today, but I love to just send her a little bit more love and help their connection. Maybe the connection that they have, their cord, can you check and see if it's gold or if it's, black and a cable, or what does their connection look like? Can you see their cord?
Yeah, I can. It's not necessarily bright and shiny, but it is a cord.
Mm-hmm. So I'd like to be able to imagine that we are wrapping their cord, their whole connection from the beginning to the end, from one to the other. Can we just wrap it in this golden mesh, like a bandage, and just feel some love around it, some like a band-aid kind of, and just bandage that connection just a little bit to give it a little love, that way their higher selves, you and her sister's higher self can help strengthen that connection. Is that possible?
Yeah, of course.
Beautiful. I'd like to do that now, please. And let me know, how does that look?
It feels like I'm rolling out gauze.
Mm-hmm.
Golden shimmery gauze. Yep.
Beautiful. And as you're doing that, I'm going to send love to help amplify it as well, from my heart to their connection. And let me know if you can see and sense my love coming in.
Yes.
Beautiful. I know having a sister is not always easy, but I do know they love each other, and I'd like to be able to help them with this connection, strengthen their connection. So the next time we hear that her and her sister have talked, that they've made some breakthrough, perhaps.
Yes, that would be nice. To
Beautiful.
at least not have them be so just combative towards each other, or she feels like she has to hide who she
Yes.
is.
Let's help them be more of their true authentic selves, find their own voice. Send love to the chakras, perhaps.
Yes, exactly.
Beautiful. Let's go ahead and do that now. Send love to the throat chakras and help them open their hearts. Beautiful. We've got some other family members here. What about her mother? Anything you want to tell her about her connection with her mother? And how's their connection look? Does it need a bandage too?
They have some things to talk about. Their connection is healthy. They've always been close, but she doesn't fully trust her mom because she knows how much her and her sister talk. So she doesn't want to divulge really anything to her mom, just because she knows how her family gossips, and she knows that whatever she tells her mom is going to go to her sister. So there's conversations that they need to have, and like boundaries that need to be set in order for her to really feel like she fully trusts her mom and that she can confide in her and trust that it's not going to go to somebody else. But they do have a strong connection.
Beautiful. Like to send some love to her mom and as well. Extra love. What about her uncles? Anything there that we need to do for them, or did we cover everybody with the family healing that we did?
We covered everyone with the family healing.
Okay, beautiful. Moving on, she had a sensation where she said that she felt that when she was singing with her friends in her band, that she felt like they created a star. She said she sensed this burst of light. Can you tell her about that, please?
Oh yeah, they absolutely created a new star. There was a brand new life that popped up from that. From the only way that could happen is just being as close of friends as what they are, and as connected as what they are. And she that moment helped her see just how lucky and fortunate and really blessed that she is, and they all are, to be able to have that sort of community, that they can create this life together, have this weekend, this reality together of when we get together, like actual life is created through our music. And it's something she's always wanted to be a part of. It's something she's always dreamt about, and having that as a reality for her now is so delightful and wonderful.
And who was this new life? What was this?
It was a star. It was a gas giant, or a newborn star destined to be a gas giant.
So what does that mean exactly? What are stars?
They
Baby
are energy.
planets? Or what are they? What was that?
So they are energy. What flew from her and them while they were making music was just absolute pure energy.
So let's see, they created a star. So did this star appear in the sky, in the universe, in the sky when this happened? Or what happens? Like, can you explain to me that process exactly?
Yeah, they were jamming, and they had created this, they had found this groove, and when they had taken off, it was like they were all strapped into rocket boosters and shot off into space. And when she opened her eyes, she was just surrounded by light, and it was like a meteor blasting off from Earth, like a reverse meteor blasting from Earth. And it placed itself in the night sky. They didn't get to see it because it was overcast and rainy, eventually snowy, but it's there. I don't know its name. No one's found it yet to name it, but
So should we ask her if she'd like to name it, or is it a group thing that they would do together?
I think it'd be a group thing.
Okay, beautiful. So the next time they get together, they can think about naming the star?
Yeah, I think they should. I think the
So
guys would really enjoy that.
beautiful. So let me see. If they name the star, then do they name it like as a like a male or female name, or do they name it like you would name a pet? Would it turn into a planet, or would it turn into like a soul that will incarnate somewhere?
Oh, I think it is just a star, but knowing the guys that that made this star with her, it'd be a ridiculous name anyway. They would come up with something silly.
Like pickle soup or something like that.
Something, yeah.
I have no idea where that came from. Pickle soup.
From
No,
the
there's
ether. From the creative ether.
yeah. So what does that mean though? Like when we see all these stars in the sky, what does it mean when a star is created, when a new soul is created? Does that mean that what we see is the energy that is going to be connected with Mother Sophia, and that the Christ consciousness that's going to just evolve and like turn into perhaps an angel or something? What are the stages of a star? Can you explain that?
I can't.
I was going to say, come on, Higherself. I know you could do this. So you don't have any idea exactly what happens when a star is created? Like, does
I
it become a
don't.
planet? Is it a physical thing? Uh-huh.
I know the energy was created and put out there.
Mhm.
And my best interpretation of it is that it's a star.
Like
It could
twinkle,
be,
twinkle, little star.
yeah, yep. It could be that I'm wrong. I will fully accept if I'm wrong for
So
it.
are stars different than planets? I know
Yes.
because they try to tell us, right? Oh, every star that you see is a planet far, far, far away that's already died out or something.
Well, some stars are stars are just light. And there are some stars that the light that we're seeing, some of them have died. And then planets will reflect light. So the planets have uh, a mass that is not necessarily solid, because there are gas planets and gaseous planets, but there are a star generates its own heat and its own light, while a planet will reflect the light rather than generate its own light.
So would a star be like a baby sun?
Absolutely.
So this star eventually will have its own galaxy, perhaps,
Correct.
maybe one day?
It could eventually have its own galaxy, its own solar system.
Okay. Wow. Very, very interesting. Okay, beautiful. That was a beautiful, I figured that out. Okay, beautiful. Let's see. What would you like to tell her about her griffin? The fact that she was able to see a griffin and create this griffin, and Terence, you know, he's super cool, and royalty and humble, and you know, what do you want to tell her about that she's created this? What are some messages that you haven't told her yet that you'd like to tell her?
That Terence has her back, and that brother energy that she's always looked for and wanted, that she can find it in him. He'll guide her and protect her, and may ask for her guidance every once in a while.
Mm-hmm.
They should work as a partnership.
Beautiful. Did you like how we had him pluck a feather for her?
Yes, I thought that was very sweet.
That was beautiful. She said her husband is a Leo and she's a Libra, which is, she says, connected to the tiger in the Chinese zodiac, and her husband is a dragon. The tiger that she saw that accompanied her, is it any connection to this Chinese zodiac tiger that she is?
Yes.
Okay.
This tiger is, she's seen her before while meditating. She's the tiger that told her to pick her journal back up and to keep writing. She's always been there. She's the tiger. Her grandmothers on either side have always said that they see a tiger in her, and this is her. She is one of her protectors, and she is fierce, and she is discerning and compassionate, but also knows her worth.
Beautiful. Would you say that her and her husband are the yin and the yang?
The yin and yang. Is that what you said?
Yeah, she feels like her being. Yes. Did you hear me?
Yes,
Would you say her and her husband?
Yes, absolutely.
Yes?
They are each other's yin and yang.
Beautiful. Beautiful. She said her cat Raj, is she ready to be able to have a connection with him?
She always has a connection with him.
Does he have anything to say to her? Messages, perhaps? Besides that?
Just that he loves her and he misses her, but he's always here. And she doesn't have to fear when they eventually leave this house that he'll come with her and he won't be tied here.
Do you suggest that she gets a picture of him and puts it on an altar?
I do. She has a few pictures of him around, and she has some of his whiskers in her altar.
Oh, okay. Beautiful. And when she meditates, she can connect to him. Does she need to burn any ancestral money for him? Does he need
Ancestral
it?
money.
Yeah, I heard that some animals and stuff, you can burn ancestral money for them, or is that only for your ancestors?
Huh.
You know anything about this?
I don't actually. This is new. I'm trying to picture a cat painting with like pulling a wallet out and
Does he need it? Right. Does he need it on the other side? Does this help? Or does he need food? Or should she put something on her altar that will help him on the other side? Or when we do this, how does it help them on the other side? If you can explain either of those questions.
yeah, absolutely. I think if she were to place anything new on her altar for him, I think placing his mouse, his toy is the first toy that she bought him. I think that placing that for him there would be really good.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Let's see. Let's see. One more question I have here. Can you tell her why did she feel connected to the Challenger explosion? Why does she feel connected to that event?
Well, she's always associated it with her cousin's birthday. And this cousin, they grew up like siblings. Since they were so close, they're about 9 months apart. She's always felt close to it just because of that, and she's always been aware of the date, so it's been kind of it's thrown her for a loop to see that the date has changed yet again after confirming it for herself not 3 months later. And I think she's both excited and fearful of seeing the evidence of a timeline shift so clearly displayed and laid out for her.
Would you say this is part of the Mandela effect?
I would say so.
Why has it changed 3 times?
Everything is rapidly accelerating. Life's moving even faster for everybody.
What is it about the number 28? Is that a sacred number in the universe? For me, it was very significant. When I did my healing session, I went to the 28th floor and I got to connect with my grandmother, who was my fairy godmother. And my birthday is the 28th and my husband's birthday is the 28th. So I noticed a lot of people, I had my spiritual awakening when I was 28. So for me, I feel like this number, it comes up a lot for a lot of people. Is there something about the number?
She found out this new date, January 28th, on March 28th.
What is it about the 28? Are you able to know anything? Are you able to tap into that? I wonder who would know. Who would know? How would we find out? Any idea?
Nope.
Higherself, where were you hanging out at before we called you in?
Oh, I saw you guys come in. I was in that space with the sandbar, but I was on the shore. I saw her standing on the rock and I saw your ship. And I was standing just at the tree line and figured I would be called soon.
And what do you do on the other side there? Do you have your own life going on over there, or are you busy taking care of the light? Or what do you do over there? Curious.
I tend to the light. I care for the light. I care for the light that I've been put in charge of. And a lot of that is working in that space with all the different facets of me, of who I am, and when the time comes, shining any of that upstairs and out of my heart chamber for our girl here.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Well, I send you love as well, because I'm pretty sure you could use a little love too sometimes.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate that. I send
Yes,
you love as well.
thank you. And I
You and
receive
your
it.
higher self.
Thank you. Thank you. We thank you. So I do have one last crazy question, and this is a heavy one. So she said she visited the Shanghai tunnels, and she felt a ghost around her. Can you tell her anything about that experience and anything that might have happened? Did she get any attachments while she was there before we do the body scan, or what can you say about that?
She did not get any attachments. The man next to her though did. That
Mm.
there was, it was an alarmingly vivid handprint on this man's neck, and it frightened her but also exhilarated her to have experienced it and been so close to it. But no attachments.
Oh, beautiful. Sounds good to me. It's already sounding good. So I did have one more question. I thought I thought that was the last one. But the last thing is she heard, she feels like she's got a ghost in her house, that she smells cigarettes, and that somebody told her the person was Anna, and that she says she likes her singing. What can you tell her about this?
She did not die here. She came home with someone from one of the hospitals. This house is 100 years old, or over 100 at this point. And she'd come home with someone from the hospital, and she's not here all the time, but she does show up every once in a while. She's nice. She's not a threat or anything to anyone.
Would she like to cross over?
No, she does not. She was very,
Really?
she was like, no, just a very quick answer of she's fine here.
Does she plan on crossing over anytime soon?
She says that's none of my business.
Where is she right now? Is she actually located in her body, or is she just floating around?
Oh, she's just floating around.
Okay, well, while she's floating around out there, can we have my beautiful Archangel Michael just kind of step in a little bit? And Archangel Hillel just step in. I just want her to see these beautiful, sexy, handsome archangels that she could always be around, these energies, and she can get a taste of the divine, and how beautiful and how loving it is and how warm it is, and how she can come back anytime she wants, and she doesn't have to, but she could go to a resting place and she can connect with, her soul family, and look back and have popcorn and examine this life, but where she can have more beautiful experiences, because the earth is ascending, and we would hate for people to get left behind, but I'd like to give her the opportunity and have Archangel Michael and Raphael as well, just in case she's had if she's had any heartbreak or needs some healing. I'd like to be able to be like a portable clinic for the spirit for her, and she can come in and have a conversation with them and see what she feels. Maybe she'll have a change of heart.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as you mentioned how sexy they were, she raised her eyebrows.
Ooh, there's sexy girl.
So I think you might have caught her interest.
Beautiful. Yes. Let them come in, let them flap their wings if they want, and just let them, I know they're always like competing with each other. So I'd like to see, if any one of them can persuade her to come with them and have a beautiful experience healing somewhere, and they can talk about it and tell me what happens.
Michael's trying to make her put her cigarette out. She is not liking that, but she's going.
Where does she go?
Funny. He's walking with her, so it looks
Ask
like
her, what does she think? Does she think they're sexy?
she she just turned around and winked. She's just like, of course.
Which one does she like? Does she fancy better, Archangel Michael or Archangel Hillel?
Oh, both.
They're twins.
No, she's just all over them both.
Look at her. She's got two sexy guys that look the same. Beautiful. Is she willing to go with them and cross over and go off to an oasis and hang out? Or does she want to stay here where this is some craziness going on?
It looks like she wants to cross over. I think she's concerned about being able to come back because she likes being able to come back.
She can come back. Tell Archangel Michael to talk to her. Tell her, if she wants, she can come back. Archangel Michael, what do you tell her something? Tell me, what do you hear? What does he say?
He's reassuring her that she is able to come back, but eventually there will be a time that she can't come back because there won't be anything to come back to. She's shrugging and joining him, and they're going.
And it was 2:22, or well, it was transitioning from 2:22. It is now 2:24. So I say thank you, blessings and infinite love to you on your healing journey, Anna. And enjoy the brothers, hang out, have some angelic wine. And tell me, how does that feel over there? B, what do you think?
Oh, it's great.
We did good?
Yeah.
Yay! Once you bring in the archangels, I mean, who can resist such beauty and love, right?
Right.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm ready to do a body scan on her. I know we went through all her questions. She's been under for days. And if you wanted, I feel like she's a really high vibe spirit already. So can you just scan her body for me? And with Archangel Michael also as being around, can you just scan her body and tell me, what do you see, if there's any energies or entities or reptilians or anybody that needs to cross over at this time that's hiding in her body?
No, everything she feels
Every
fine.
chakra good from head to toe, her hands, her back of the neck, back of the head, back of her back. All of that's good.
Yeah.
Okay. Can you just scan her really quick for any cables or hooks that are attached to her? Maybe even her third eye or any of her chakras or shoulders, anything like that?
No, the only one that was really visible was the one that she had that we had already cut and destroyed.
Beautiful. What about any dark portals? Does she have any dark portals in her body or in her home that we need to close?
No, no, this
Beautiful.
home is an absolute safe haven.
Beautiful. Can we, let's see, Kim, is there any DNA that we need to, any unintegration of false negative fractals and reprogramming that we need to pull out? Any false fractals within the spine or netting or anything like that?
No,
Okay. Does she have any implants or any AI boxes or anything like that in her body?
no, she doesn't.
Okay. Do you see her shining really bright?
I do.
What about her third eye? How does her third eye look?
It's beautiful. It's been
Okay.
open for a long time, and sometimes the brightness is a lot for her to take in, but
Okay.
it's beautiful. She's learning how to see with it.
Mm-hmm. Beautiful. Awesome. Is there any introverted timelines or trauma from her current or past life that we need to delete at this time? Or belief systems that no longer serve her?
Yes, we can delete the abuse that she suffered from her cousin when she was a young girl.
Let's
She
do that
doesn't
now.
need to be haunted by that anymore.
Beautiful. Let's go ahead and delete and erase that now, please. Remove that.
Okay.
We don't want to give that any more energy. Let it be gone. Let's see. Can you tell her about Jesus, about Yeshua, and how he plays a role in everything? I know that she's Hindu, and I know that we had Ganesh help us today, but can you just explain to her so she understands for her own understanding?
Yeah, of course. So I know you're familiar with Jesus. You spent a lot of your time in church, and the Jesus that you knew was not the same Jesus that other people claim to know. Um, who you found and who you know is the true Jesus, and how you experienced him, and what you learned from the people in your church was man's interpretation of who Jesus should be through their lens. And you know now that's wrong, that was incorrect, and how you felt and saw in your heart is the truth, and you shouldn't be afraid of the truth that you know of for yourself.
Beautiful. Awesome. Is there anything that I missed that I did not get to in these long hours together?
No, I think we're all good. And I mean, what is time?
Yeah, because I want her to be able to continue tonight, and I know she's already going into her hours of sleeping time. So higher self, I want to say thank you at this time. I feel like I've got everything answered here. I got all her questions answered. I think she did beautiful, and I think it was just a beautiful session for her, and it was nice and long.
I agree. I think we got a lot for her. I think we did well.
Beautiful. I mean, considering we had a lot of ancestral cleaning up, I figured, yeah, I didn't realize it was going to take this long, but hey, whatever we had to do to get the job done.
Right, exactly.
Beautiful. Well, at this time, I'd like to go ahead and say, see you later till we talk again, and you can go ahead and go back and enjoy doing your service for the collective of, sending the light, and I send love to you as well, and light as well, and I send you off with love. Thank you.
Thank you. I hope you enjoy the rest of your evening, and I send love to you as well.
Thank you. Thank you. Blessings. And at this time, I'll let you go, and I will call Bika back at this time. So I give love and gratitude, and I thank you for all that you did today. And remember that whatever was shown in the past exists in the past or anywhere else that we travel today, and we will leave it there for your highest healing. And as Bika listens to this recording, she will continue to receive additional healing as needed for her highest good. And we give thanks to everybody that we connected with today. We give thanks to her Griffin, and we give thanks to her tiger, and we will see her tiger tomorrow night as well. When she gets back into her Merkaba, her tiger will be there waiting for her, and we will see her Griffin as well. And so that was beautiful. Thank you for that. And just so she knows that this will comfort her mentally, physically, emotionally, and spiritually. So now I ask that all the essence of Bika fully return now into her body and integrate nicely, move up, 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 now through time, fully integrating back into your body. Today is Wednesday, April 12th. It is 2:33 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. And remember, you were at your home. You've had an amazing, epic experience. And when you listen to your recording, it will not bother you mentally, physically, emotionally, and spiritually. So when you wake up, you will feel great and fully rested, but also ready to go back and have a beautiful sleep as well. So I will count from 1 to 5. And when I get to 5, you will be wide awake and alert. So from 1, your breathing is normal. Your cells are moving around as normal. You're starting to wake up. 2, you're becoming aware. You're in your physical body. 3, your mind, body, and soul is aligning, working together. 4, you're beginning to wake up now. Your arms, legs, fingers, and toes all moving around. Your eyes are blinking. And 5, you are fully in your physical body. You are wide awake and alert, wide awake and alert, wide awake and alert, fully rested, and wake up now.
Oh man.
Back. Oh my God.
Thank you.
Drink some water if you need to.
Oh,
Girl, I did not expect to go. Okay, tell me, do you remember much and how do you feel?
oh man.
Process, take a moment if you need to go pee also, if you need to process, just, yeah.
Wow, it's 2:30. Jeez.
How long does it feel?
I only thought it was like midnight. That
How
was
long
incredible.
does it feel? Oh, okay, midnight. It didn't feel that long?
No, I know, like, my body feels like I've been laying here for a long time. But like, no, it did not feel like I've been laying here for that long.
What do you think? Do you remember much?
I'm seeing that I cried. There's like snot on my pillowcase. It's gross. Remembering, oh, that pool you took me to, it's crazy because earlier when I was sitting out in the sun,
meditating, the thing that was like pulling myself back into focus when the cars would distract me, when anything would distract me, was a waterfall. I've never pictured that before. And then tonight, you were like, I want you to visualize a waterfall. And I was like, already there. Like, already doing it.
Beautiful. See, that's your higher self helping you out, giving you the visual. Because that's, you know, a lot of people think like, oh, I can't be hypnotized. And they don't understand that a lot of it, it's just, you know. Are we, can you hear me? Yeah.
I can, yep.
So tell me, what did you think about seeing your Griffin, and what did you think about the beginning experience with the flowers and the fire? You know, how did you like that?
That was really cool. I really liked that. It was a good way to like transition to that space. Oh. Yeah, it was good. I really liked it.
Beautiful. Well,
I'm still trying to wrap my head around the time that has passed, so I do need to process a little bit.
I know. You're like, holy smack. So, you know, I want you to journal down some stuff, because a lot of times you can't verbalize everything that you see. But when you go to write, you'll be able to flow if it comes out. So
right.
I just want to say congratulations that you had a very, very beautiful session.
Thank you. I can't wait to listen to it.
I believe you did. Oh, girl. Yes, please listen to it. I'm going to stop the recording now.
Okay.
Let's see. I don't know why it says that. It's so weird. My thing is really strange. This app is really strange. Anyways, I don't know why it's not. I noticed that when this happens, it automatically just shows up in my inbox. Really bizarre.
Oh.
Okay. Yeah, it's good. We're good. It's just strange. I went to go stop recording and it's still recording. So when you see this, you're gonna see my silly face. So okay, hon, I will let you go now and let you rest, and that way you can join us tonight. And so I'll send you this. It should be in my inbox by the morning. And when I wake up to leave, I can email it to you if that's better for you. That way you can save it to your computer, or I can send it to your phone. It's
email would be best.
You know. Okay.
But, yeah.
So congratulations.
Thank you. And thank you for this.
I hope you enjoyed that. You got to connect with your grandpa.
Oh,
your Griffin.
That's probably why I was crying.
You created a star. Girl, you had such an amazing experience. Like, you're right about everything about what you're sensing and stuff. You just gotta that's why I wanted to do all those things for you, so you could just stand in your power and just learn to just feel what it feels like to have that empowerment. And the only way to do it is through the alchemy. That's the only way I know how to do it for you, through the session. So
yeah,
I hope that really did do something. So make sure you listen to it right away, because it will help. It's a constant flow of energy and stuff. Right. And you did major healing on your ancestral lineage. Like, you healed, and you actually helped some people cross over. Like, you did major work tonight, girl.
Wow. Feel like I should
you helped
call out
save the soul, Anna. That was Anna
our
that was
ghost.
singing, that liked you singing, she wasn't ready to go, but I called in. Yeah, I called in the sexy twins, Archangel Michael and Archangel Heliel, and she couldn't resist, so she went with them. We crossed her over.
That's great.
She was like, when she said sexy, she was like, what? So that's cool. So yeah, now you know your house, and you were such a high vibrant soul that you didn't have any attachments or anything.
That's good to know. That's great.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
And I will let you go.
Okay.
And I will. All right.
No. All right. You kind of locked up again.
And check in with you and see how you're doing. Keep singing, keep doing all what you do. You're on the right path.
Okay. Cool. Good.
Okay.
All right. Well, thank you again.
All right. Have a good night. Talk to
Thanks. You
you
too.
soon.